All right, everyone, welcome to Tabletop to Keyboard. I am Dustin, your game master tonight. This is Zweihander RPG. This is the adventure of Bitter Harvest, found in the back of the revised core rulebook. And with me, we have three of our four players. Georgie cannot make it again tonight, so thoughts go out to Georgie. Hopefully he gets a chance to watch this later. We do have a few of our players here, though, and reprising his role as Bingo is Malice. Say hi to everyone, Malice.
Hello.
And reprising the role of Freddy tonight will be Snacks. Snacks, say hello to everybody.
Hello, everyone.
And last but not least, reprising the role of Cork, it is the Nerd. Say hi to everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so last time on A Bitter Harvest, the group had come to the city of Swansea, where they found there was a big ceremony going on for a wedding between wealthy businessman Maximilian Steiger and his bride-to-be Helena Rafke. And they had found themselves at essentially what is the reception, where there were some festivities going on, lots of drinks. There was a foot race that involved turnip throwing. Nobody in the party won the race. It's very sad.
Didn't hit anybody with a turnip either.
Yeah, they did do a good job, however, in locating the bride, because the bride's family hides the bride as custom, and they have to go search through the town. And through some keen investigative skills, they were able to locate the bride, bring it back, and won themselves a large cask of ale.
Well, they're cheating some court.
Yeah, maybe some cheating.
What cheating?
But,
I didn't. I'm just really smart, okay?
While they're at the festivities, they notice that there is some heated words between the groom, Maximilian Steiger, and the father of the bride, Franz Rafke. And kind of getting close and eavesdropping, they come to find out that the bridal dowry has not arrived. And a dowry is a payment made from the groom to the father of the bride, approximately at the value of the bride herself, which in this case was 3 cartfuls of Maximilian's finest hemp that was supposed to have arrived by the day of the wedding as payment for her daughter's hand in marriage. Because Maximilian's security guards, headed up by Andre Kessler, are already stretched pretty thin, working security detail for the wedding and supposedly also then helping escort these wagons of hemp from Vorberg. Yeah, that's right, DM Chuck, all that hemp. Because they were already stretched pretty thin, they were going to need some extra assistance and security on the way home. And so Maximilian, having met the player characters at their table and had seen what a good investigative job they did finding his bride, employed them handsomely to help escort him and his bride and the maid of honor, Bibi, all the way back to Vorberg. They wake up the next day. They travel back with Andre and crew. They all take their various roles, helping navigate, read maps, all that good stuff. And they get most of the way back to Vorberg when the scout crew up front comes across a crash scene. The carts have had their wheels damaged. The horses are dead. Many of the guards are all dead. The driver, Heinrich Truman, the bailiff, and one of Maximilian's closest friends, is nowhere to be found, and he was supposed to be in charge of this whole operation. And all in all, it's not good. They get up, they investigate it. They find that the men and the horses have all been shot with short, black, tar-like arrows. And Andre immediately tells the rest of the party that this is the work of mutants. This, of course, puts everybody in a bit of a stir, but what is more strange, perhaps, is that all of the hemp is still intact. There's perhaps a few valuable goods on the men and everything as well, but they definitely were not robbed. Somebody was attempting to make a statement. There was some trails that went off into the wooded area to the north. And upon returning back to the carriage to report back to Maximilian, it was decided that they didn't have time or space to be able to load up the hemp to take it back to Vorberg, and they couldn't return to Swansea. It's too far away and be too dangerous at this point, so they had to make a run for it. They get back in the carriage, they draw the curtains so that the bride and her maid of honor have are not any wiser as to the danger they're in, and they dash towards Vorberg. And upon arriving at Vorberg, they see the gates open only briefly, long enough for their carriage to pull in, and are immediately shut again behind them as they enter this small, well, I guess kind of a town. It's not nearly as big as Swansea, but it is a smaller, more rural farming community. It has a wood palisade fence. There's hemp fields surrounding the town in almost all directions. And up in the distance is the local mountain, the Horned Monk. Kind of towers looming in the back. And as they get in there is a whole group of villagers that rush up there to meet the carriage. And you hear people saying, "Oh, thank the God Emperor, Maximilian made it through." And that is where we're going to begin today's session of A Bitter Harvest. So, you all arrive with this carriage. Maximilian, he hops out and immediately is greeted by a few individuals and you're not completely aware of who all of them are, but they're kind of cheering for him. They're all big sighs of relief that him and his bride have made it. They get Helena and BB out and immediately kind of push them kind of off to the side, and Maximilian starts to talk with a couple of these people, and they look like watchmen. And they're all trying to pull Maximilian kind of away, and he's kind of ushered off towards this building that has a sign on it that says the Cowardly Orcs. And they're all kind of rushing him off that direction, and Andre, the head of the sellsword unit that you guys were working with, is standing there, and he seems to be getting some sort of debriefing from a younger man in leather armor, and he does not look, he's not wearing the same sort of gear that Andre's wearing. His gear looks a bit different.
He's more town guard as opposed to a sellsword.
Doesn't even look town guardish. He's not even dressed like the rest of the watchmen. He has a more frontiersman, outdoorsy look to him.
Like a scout?
He looks more like a scout. And he's having a conversation. You see Andre puts his hand on his shoulder as he's talking to him, and you see.
Can I try to slip in and try to hear what they're talking about?
Yeah, just a routine eavesdrop.
All right, on a routine eavesdrop. Let's actually open the talents or skills and attributes. Nope, talents. Nope, skills and attributes. That's right. I'm on the right page. Eavesdrop. All right, where'd the pop-up go? There it is.
Hey, that's an excellent roll. A 3 will be more than enough for you to eavesdrop in. As you eavesdrop in, you hear Andre you hear him address them as Waldman. He puts his hand on his shoulder, and you hear Waldman say, "I'm sorry, I tried to do my best to keep the town safe while you guys were gone, but something's happened. I think we're under siege." And you see Andre look concerned. He's like, "Siege? Like, what would be under siege for? None of this makes any sense." He goes, "But they found them earlier today." He goes, "Come, we need to go debrief with your father." And they head off after Maximilian.
All right. I'm going to just kind of walk along like I belong. All right. I want to make sure that we're in the know of what's going on so that we can best help out.
All right. If you guys follow, you follow Maximilian's entourage, and they shuffle into this inn called the Cowardly Orcs. It's probably one of the largest buildings in Vorberg. Sits pretty prominently dead center of the town. And they usher in, and they get you all a table back in the corner, and Maximilian sits down there with Andre and Waldman, and there's a man with kind of a balding head who kind of comes walking up there and greets him. He says, Maximilian, you've made it in, you're safe. God Emperor be praised." You see Maximilian stands up and shakes his hand. He goes, "Horse, come, take a seat. There's much that we need to discuss."
Is that the guy who is supposed to be leading the caravan? Okay.
No. So they all sit down, and you see Horst. He motions up to the bar where there's a young woman who's tending the bar. He says, "Lissalette, my dear, bring us a round of drinks while we figure out what's to be done next." And she brings over a round of drinks, and she sets him down. She puts her hand on Horst's shoulder. She leans over and gives him kind of a kiss on the cheek. And then she turns and walks back up to the bar for the moment. And Waldman goes, "Father, I'm sorry." He goes, "But it's terrible." He goes, we don't know exactly what happened, but a couple days ago, Heinrich, he left with the cargo as instructed. The 3 carts of hemp. He took his son, Dieter, with him. Well, we hadn't heard from them. We had thought they had made it to Swansea. Then we found them. And you see Maximilian looks at him. He's like, "Come on, son, spit it out. What did you find?" And you see Waldman gets this extremely worried look on his face. Well, the refugee workers went out to the fields, as they do in the mornings, and then there was a commotion. And they all come running back inside the palisade and ordered that the gates be drawn down. Went up with a watchman and took a look from one of the towers, and there they are, out there where the scarecrows usually stand. They've been strung up like scarecrows out there on crosses, right in the middle of the hemp fields. Heinrich and his boy Dieter, both of them. I didn't dare risk the men to go out there and take the bodies down, but it's starting to cause a bit of a commotion here inside the town. We've been telling everybody that it's bandits, but I'm afraid it may not be. Andre gets a look of concern. You see he puts his hand again on Waldman to try to calm him. And he looks over at Maximilian and he says, "We'll need to probably keep that going, that it's bandits, that these are people who could perhaps be paid off. I think all of us here know a little better, but I don't think there's any reason to cause a commotion amongst the town, any more so than there already is. In the meantime, we'll have to figure out something to do now that we have most of our forces here. First things first, some of us are going to have to bravely go out there and take down those bodies." Maximilian kind of fumbles around a bit.
What did you not it?
Park won't mind going out, getting the bodies down.
Maximilian kind of gestures to those of you who sat down at the table. He goes, "Well, I have hired additional security. So I suppose if you could go out there, Andre, with them, perhaps go out and see if you can retrieve the bodies."
What? So this is Waldman telling Maximilian all of this within earshot of us, correct?
Yeah, you guys are all seated at a table with him.
Is Maximilian? How is he reacting? Is there any is he changed? Is he unsettled? Is he?
Yeah, he's a little unsettled, and you can see a look of concern. Heinrich was, for all intents and purposes, one of his friends. And he's maybe not quite as shaken up as you'd expect for someone who just lost a friend, but you also kind of get this sense from Maximilian that he is somebody who perhaps is really good at guarding his response.
He keeps his walls up so that he can
He has to keep a certain kind
present leadership,
a certain facade that.
Yep.
As you've been in Vorberg for only just a few minutes, you already get this sense that most of the town knows him and he's kind of a big deal. So he kind of has this reputation of being calm and cool and collected, and the town looks to him for that. And you get this sense, as like I said, they're not letting anyone else in the Cowardly Orcs right now. They've cleared it out. They've told everyone to go back to their homes because they think they're under siege. People were out only long enough to see that the carriage made it in, and then everyone kind of disperses back to their homes for the moment.
And at the same time that Waldman is telling this, how is he? What is his demeanor like? I mean,
Waldman shook up. Waldman has not really seen anything like this in a long time. He's
And
young.
Freddie- Yeah.
He's not terribly
Well-
old. He's in his 20s.
Okay.
He's pretty well built for his age. He's in good shape. Like I said, he kind of has a little bit of a rugged demeanor to him. It isn't until somebody says anything that you notice that he does strike a certain resemblance to Maximilian. Now, Maximilian, of course, being in his like mid-50s, is obviously an older, little heavier set guy, as age kind of does that.
Well, my age.
Right.
Okay.
So, is he you could tell though that like maybe in his younger days him and Waldman would have looked a lot alike. If you want to, go ahead and make me a routine scrutinize check. Whoever
Okay.
would like to do so.
I'll do scrutinize. That's one of my things.
Oh, we all roll?
All of you can if you want to. Yeah, routine.
Okay.
Oop, didn't quite make it. Were you gonna roll there, Christine?
Yeah, I'm not with it right now because I can't find what I'm looking for.
Scrutinize is on your skills and attributes tab under perception, I believe.
Yep. Under perception.
There you go. Okay, so
Ah,
it looks like Cork and Freddy, as your
I have casually, easily the better score, and I'm like, I'm the only few.
you guys didn't make it. So the two of you, maybe just because of where you're seated at the table, you're able to notice that you didn't notice so much at first, but as they sit there and as the conversation goes on a little bit, talking about the security details and this, that, the other, you start to notice that Andre is he's kind of almost coddling Waldman a bit. He seems to have his focus more directly on Waldman than maybe what you would expect for someone who is kind of a hard-nosed sellsword who's done a tour of duty in a war. Like he every time he gets a chance, you notice he kind of puts his arm around him and kind of trying to comfort him, and he just more so than what you would think is, you're not seeing this same sort of level of, I guess, affection from Maximilian towards his son, or from even Maximilian towards his friend Horst or anyone else who was also friends with Heinrich. And as they all continue to sit there, and so Horst says, "Well, let me get things prepared here, and we'll fetch Klaus, and we'll get the boy to take your guys' stuff up here and put you up in a room for the night. And if you go out there and help retrieve Heinrich and Dieter's bodies, we'll put you up for no cost tonight. This is beyond the house, along with a round of food and drinks for you when you get back in, just as a gratuity and a thanks from the people of Vorberg and myself."
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll need a real stiff one after that.
And my darling wife, Lisette up there, I'll make sure she tends to all the food and drink you'll need when you get back in. We appreciate you volunteering to put your necks on the line. Maximilian kind of pats Horst on the shoulder and he goes, "Yep." He goes, "We've had to deal with these sorts of things before, unfortunately, and it's dangerous. So just make sure you got everything you need before you go. If there's anything else we can do, I'm going to be up in my study. And Andre, go ahead and go out there with him. Waldman, I'm going to need to I'm going to need to speak with you for a moment. And he kind of stands up there, and Horst and Maximilian and Waldman, they head on up there into the Cowardly Orcs. You see, Andre looks at you at the group, says, well, finish your drinks. We'll go meet up there at the gate.
All right. So I have a plan.
Yes. Let's hear it.
So, Gork and I are, short. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the door just a little bit so that we can get out. And then the rest of the party goes out 1 minute later. We're going to sneak up and see if we can prep, just in case it's an ambush. Then we can ambush the ambush. What do you think? Safer than just walking up there.
Yeah, I like it. I will make one note. I'm not particularly short. I am fun size, so.
I love it. I'm a big boy, so
That's right.
I'll be hanging back.
And what do you think, Andre?
I think that speed is going to be the most important factor. We'll have to hustle. We'll have to do the work quickly, get them down, get back in, hopefully before we're noticed. Waldman says they've been up there for the better part of a day, so if someone's keeping watch, they've been there for quite some time.
That's why I figured there might be a little dozy at this point. We might be able to sneak up.
There's a lot of forested land and everything up there. There's a lot of places they could be watching from. Those arrows, these fields would be well within range, just as the road was on the other side.
Did we get... Are the bodies in range of the wall?
Yeah, they're within eyesight. They were put up clearly to elicit fear.
But not in archery range.
From our walls?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, they probably are. From the top of the palisade. They could be fired down upon.
Well, if you just want to be quick about it and go out there, I could maybe just cover you from the wall. Crossbow the size of me.
I moved you guys over here to the title screen. I mean, this is essentially what you're seeing. As you can see there on the in roll 20, the title screen, there's the two bodies out there in the wheat fields, or the hemp fields. Not terribly far, but do have to go outside to go get to them. So.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Yeah, so they're really close, then.
Yeah, they're not too far out there, but
oh, okay. Yeah.
But the hemp is tall. They can be hiding in it. It wouldn't take much. And if the doors have to be opened to bring them in, that's where Waldman's concern was, that they can't afford to open the gates and attempt to get the bodies down. So they're essentially kind of... I put a number 2 on the map here of Vorberg that I moved you over to. That's about all the further out you have to go to really get to it. Again, this is kind of an abstract map. It's not in like feet or inches or anything. It's just gives you an idea about where they're located as in relation to the town. So as you see them out there, like, again, it's just a really bad spot to have to try to go out there to do this.
Yeah, Freddie. I'm a little skeptical about this. I'm a businessman. Not really a fighter. But I don't know. Bingo? Cork?
What I'm wondering is Cork like small enough to go through the wheat?
Is Cork small enough to what?
Go through the wheat.
The hemp?
The
Yeah,
hemp.
the hemp.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is not that different than how like cornfields are set up. You know, they're plowed, they're in rows. They have as you guys walk over towards the gate and you start to assess the situation from the gate. You can get up there in one of the little palisade like watchtowers that look over it, and you can see down there and see the bodies and everything else. This number 3 area right up there, where I have that little token of the worker sitting there, those is currently kind of a slum town, kind of shoddy apartment like structures, and you see all these people who they got sort of a different ethnicity to them. You can just kind of tell by looking that they're not necessarily locals. But you can also tell that they look like they're workers. They're definitely like either some kind of migrant worker and you haven't heard anyone really mention too much about them, but they're all standing there inside the palisades.
Refugee workers or whatever.
Right. You get the sense that they're the ones who normally are out there walking the fields, and most of them are human. So, I mean, humans can slip through the rows and tend to the fields, because they're the ones who are doing most of the work out here. So being smaller than human, like you could easily slip around through the rows without any real hindrance.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna try to. Can I slip over there and see if I can saddle up to any of the refugees and strike up a conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna basically, I guess, use rumors, is it, to try to figure out if I could find out any information that had anybody seen anything? Is there anything going on that they might know?
Routine rumor. We'll get it done.
Okay, I think I'm set to routine. Yes. Okay. Womp womp. Oh well.
All you get from them is just most of them, when they see you come their direction, they all kind of shuffle back inside their living quarters. Like they're not real keen to talking to the locals. They just kind of work and keep to their own. Those that have younger children kind of turn and like push them away, like back into their homes. And none of them seem real eager to want to come out and speak to you at the moment.
Will Freddie have been to this perhaps before in some of his Cheap Jack business?
You've only heard of Vorberg. You've never been here.
Got it. Okay.
If you wanted to make an education roll, you might be able to discern where you think these people are from.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can idea of that.
Oh.
Ooh.
No. You don't know anything about these people. You're kind of concerned that based on how a few of them look, that you're kind of worried that you think that it's possible that they might be
They're the mutants.
that they may be displaced from where the wars were going on.
Got it. Okay.
And that makes you mildly concerned that maybe their motives are less than pure.
Do they appear to be? I mean, from what we can gather, or I guess ask about here in the. Oh, that's right. Everyone else is out. The question I would have is: are these people working as laborers, or are they just displaced persons?
You're not positive at this point yet.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it was mentioned at the table that they referred to like the people that work the field as the refugee workers. So potentially these are who they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't seem real friendly. They all kind of go back to their homes and shut their doors, and you hear a few muttering to themselves, but they seem like they have some other language they must speak also. That's maybe more natural to whatever part of the world they're from. So Andre sees you kind of walking over that way, and he kind of gives you a whistle to bring you back over.
Okay.
All right. Well, I suppose everything is in place.
All right. So, did you want us to sneak out first, or did you want me to just try to cover you from the wall?
Well, I'm gonna need one of you to carry the boy. And I don't know, Cork, if you feel that you will be able to carry a strapping young boy, but he takes after his father. He's a good stature for his age.
I'll try my best.
And that'll leave myself and Freddy to carry Heinrich. So
before we go out and to do this, just to make sure we fully know what our intent is. Once we get the bodies, where are you taking them to, in order to not perhaps alarm other people, or do they need to be taken somewhere for their bodies to be prepared by the women folk for burial?
Well, there'll definitely have to be burial. We'll have to get Pastor Willem involved. Waldman mentioned something about him being over there at the shrine of the God Emperor. He's currently consoling Enid, Heinrich's, well, I guess, widow.
At the end of the day, I think we're just beelining back into town, though, immediately.
It's starting to get dark. We're
Before
going to run out of daylight soon.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that Andre, Freddie turns to Andre and says, "I want to make sure that you're gonna be right there with me when I take the body, because I don't want to come in a stranger to your town with a body, and to people who've never seen me before." So.
It's all right. Most of my details been going through the town, telling everyone to get back in their homes for now. At least for the rest of the night. We should have some cover of darkness to get the bodies back in, and we'll probably have to take them into the orcs, to the cowardly orcs, and we can investigate them a little more then. Have another talk with Maximilian and Horst and see what they wish to do from there.
Fair enough.
Alright, I'm going to give my signal. We're going to open up the gates. If you want to look from the wall, you can, or if you'd rather come out here with us to help speed things up, it's up to you. Wherever you think you'd be more useful.
I think having the higher ground is going to be able to at least let me have some eyes out on the field so that I can see if anything's coming.
Okay.
So I can let you know.
As you
just seems silly for someone my height to be trying to see anything through all that tall grass.
All right. Andre sends you up there and gives you the signal to open the gate, and then you see a couple other guards come over there and they start pushing to get the gate all opened up. And the three of you who are going out carefully start to walk out there towards the fields. You take a look around. You don't see any movement in the hemp. You don't see any movement in the tree lines. You're not noticing anything, at least at first. At this point, everyone needs to make, well, the three of you who are outside, I'm not gonna have Bingo worry about it from the safety of the palisade wall. But those of you who are going out will need to make a challenging resolve test.
When I'm up on the wall, I'm going to, if there's any torches lit or anything like that, I'm going to try to put all of that out just so that I have like as best vision as possible for the dusk as it's hitting, and just eagle-eyeing out, looking, just scanning everything, looking for...
Okay, both of you failed your rolls. So this puts you both into a state of fear. So you're all going to take some peril, a d10 plus 1. So that's 6 peril. So on your talents and attributes, check those boxes and see if it puts you down a level or not.
Nope.
Can you refresh my memory on that? You said 6.
Yours is a 6, so you tie, so you do not take a level of peril.
Okay, that's what I was.
And Cork is...
It was a 7.
Cork's a 7, so you're both fine. You do not take a level of peril. But you can feel your stomachs kind of clenching a bit from the nerves as you guys exit out there. It doesn't take long to get the bodies down. They're not fastened up there in... They kind of hastily put up there. You do note, as you're taking the bodies down and starting to carry them back in, that they are also peppered with the same short black arrows that were used at the site where the assault had happened. You notice, however, that they've also been somewhat kind of whipped and beaten on top of what you saw from the guards and everyone who was taken from the thing. And before long, you're back inside the palisade gates, and they close the doors behind you, and you guys are hustling kind of through the town, bringing the bodies back towards the orcs when you pass by the shrine of the God Emperor. You see a robed man walks out the front door, and he raises his fist at you and says, This is retaliation for turning your backs on the God Emperor. And he kind of looks as the bodies are dragged past, and you see Andre says, Well, get back inside your temple. And you see he kind of scoffs at him, and he kind of closes the door and heads back inside the stone building. They drag the bodies inside the orcs and put them up there on a table. And
can I go look for that man that we just passed?
in a moment, yeah.
All right.
They get everyone inside there first, and they Maximilian and Horse and them come back down. You see Maximilian goes over, good work. And he has a younger kid with him, even looks to be about 14, 15 years old. Horse says, This is my boy. This is Klaus. Klaus, why don't you see them up to their room, show them where they can stay for the night. Let's prepare you a fine dinner and another round of drinks to wait for you up in your rooms. Once everything is settled, you're free to move about as you wish. It's getting dark. Everybody will be calling it soon. You've done quite enough for today. You should get rest. Tomorrow is going to be a long day, I think. You see Waldman walks over there to Andre and gives him a hug, and they start looking at the arrows, and they kind of pull one out, and they're inspecting them, and you see Andre and Waldman are kind of nodding and looking at him. And
Alright, so I'm gonna eat my food, drink a drink or two. I think I'm gonna go keep watch for an hour or two.
you see the young, like 14, 15-year-old boy, he kind of walks over, and he's kind of a big stout kid for his age too, but he kind of walks over, he's like, Mother says that I have to help you. Is there anything you need help with? My name is Klaus. Can I carry your stuff to your rooms?
That would be great.
Yeah.
Would you like me to fetch you some tea?
Some tea sounds lovely.
That would be nice.
He looks over. How about you? Do you have things for me to take to your room as well?
No, I just want you to sit down with us for a little bit, actually.
I'm not allowed to sit. Father says I have to work while I'm here.
Well, why is that?
Because he says we all have to earn our fair share.
Well, you're just a kid, right?
I'm almost an adult.
How old are you again?
15.
Wow, that time period, 16 is an adult.
So,
I mean, you're dead by 35, so...
Yeah. Basically
Freddie-
an adult.
Freddie's going to walk over to where Andre and Waldman are looking at inspecting the arrows
Yeah.
and say, these are the same arrows. Do they look familiar to either of you?
What is he talking about? The same what?
Asking them about the arrows.
Oh.
I mean,
Well, Waldman, he nods his head and he kind of leans down. And he puts a hand on the boy, the dead boy, and he plucks another arrow. And you see, he kind of looks at it and he goes, "We've seen these kinds of arrows before." And as he talks about it, you notice he reaches for something that hangs around his neck. And you spot that he has some kind of a twine talisman hanging from his neck, from a piece of leather that he kind of grabs onto as he places another arrow down on the table.
is this something that Freddie could scrutinize or use folklore?
Folklore.
You could use folklore, yes.
Okay.
It is a standard folklore test.
Okay, get back to
Let's go, Freddy. Ah,
So that roll.
so close.
You can tell it's handmade, but you can't see enough of it because he currently has it clasped in his hand as he's talking.
So I can't tell whether it's okay, like his god or whether it's something that's a religious symbol or
it's not a religious symbol, but with that failure, that's all it's not a religious symbol.
understood. Okay, not a religious. I'm going to continue to question Andre. Andre's the sellsword, correct?
Yes, Andre is a sellsword.
Okay.
He's
So-
mid-30s.
Yeah.
Good physical shape.
So I would assume that he would, being a sellsword, he would have traveled about a bit and might know a bit more. So I'll just say to Andre, it's like, so tell me more about the swords or the source of these swords.
Well, I did my tours fighting against other countries. I didn't do a whole lot of time during an enlist fighting against mutants, but from what I've heard of the encounters with them, this is the kind of make of arrow, crude, hastily put together. The mutants, they're the ones who succumb to chaos, and they don't, they're very brutal, very aggressive. They don't take a lot of time for real craftsmanship. Same way you'd find the bolts that Bingo there fires from his arbalist. Those were made with a certain amount of artisan skill. Steel-tipped arrowheads. These are like ostrich feathers strapped to long wood shafts. You see, shaven down to a point.
It's just, this just seems a bit odd. You say that they're aggressive and brutal. Why would they take the time to transfer the bodies to here and put them on display outside this particular town?
They're trying to scare us, but I have no idea why. There hasn't been any word, at least according to my men, of any nearby villages that have been hit. If this is some sort of band of mutants, they bypassed all the other towns on the way here. There was no sign of any in Swansea when we were there. There wasn't even any rumors of such things. There was no towns out to the west struck, at least not that we've heard of. None of the refugees had mentioned having any problems with mutant attacks as their caravans made their way here. This all seems rather suspicious.
Yeah, Freddie looks at Andre to see how he's reacting because Andre is from this town. Someone in this town has to have some inkling as to why they've been targeted.
You get the sense after talking to Andre a little bit that he's not from this town.
Andre's
not from here. He did tours of duties in a war.
I met Waldman. I'm sorry.
Oh, Waldman.
I met Waldman. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. No, Waldman is, he seems distraught at the moment. He's doing his best not to really show it. And again, he's getting a fair amount of attention and comfort from Andre through all of this. But he seems to have a grasp on that talisman with one hand. And he just is eyes just kind of locked down. And he seems to really be looking mostly at the boy. And you can't quite tell but you noticed earlier he said that they had seen some of this before. But he was very vague and did not mention any more detail. But just in passing. So
Cork's gonna go find that guy that passed us by earlier.
Okay, so you're gonna walk over to the temple of the God Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you make your way. You kind of slip out the front door of the orcs while everyone else is investigating the bodies, and you slip over there next door, and you see the door to the temple is shut, but by checking the handle, you can tell it's not locked, and you can hear a woman sobbing on the inside.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
You kind of knock, and you hear a bit of shuffling around, and pretty soon the robed man opens the door. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm here to talk more about your religion.
About the temple?
Yeah.
I'm afraid, okay, go ahead and come on in. Just,
right.
I'm really busy, having to console someone right now. So,
no worries.
If you would mind not being a bother, you're all free to look around. If you must pray to the God Emperor, you may do so over there. Make an easy scrutinize check.
My favorite is if she tried to pull a reverse Mormon. Hi, I've come to your door to ask about your religion.
As you enter and you get a little closer to him, you can smell the alcohol on his breath. You notice as he walks back over towards a woman who's sitting with sort of a veil over her face up there near the front, near the altar. He goes back over and retains his seat, but as you notice, he kind of has to use a pew or two to kind of steady himself as he walks back over. You look around and you can see more than one empty bottle kind of carefully. It's not messy. He keeps the place rather tidy otherwise, but you do notice a couple of bottles that have been set down over there by where his study is, as though he had set them down as he'd walked out, where he might throw them away later.
Can I check up on the woman to see how she's doing?
She is distraught and sobbing heavily, and he's doing his best to try to console her as well. But yeah, you can walk over there if you'd like to.
All right. I just kind of pat her on the shoulder, and it's like, they're there. Like, it's all right.
She just weeps and... Oh, my poor Dieter, he's dead. He's been taken from me.
So sorry for your loss.
Many kind thanks. But it doesn't matter anymore. Whatever will I do now? How am I supposed to go on?
You can always live life in his honor.
Whose honor?
In your son's honor.
I suppose I'll have to. But it all seems too tough right now. Thank you, though, for your kind words.
No worries.
As you look down and you get close enough, you can see through the veil. You can see that Enid suffers from a rather serious contusion under her left eye.
But other than that, she looks fine.
Sobbing hysterically, but yeah.
I just pat her shoulder some more, and it's just like, it's all right. It's all right.
Make well, it's going to be a challenging. We're going to call it a challenging charm test to see if you can kind of calm her down a bit. It might be harder, but you got the pastor there helping you as well. So, you're not of any real console to her, and she just kind of goes back to burying her face in her hands and sobbing. And you see the pastor he kind of shoos you away a little and.
I raise my hands and I walk away.
Thank you, stranger, for being comforting words at this time. But perhaps you should make your way over to the shrine and be in your prayers and be on your way.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's a shrine set up over there on the side of the God Emperor.
Now, are there any books in the temple that I can browse through?
You see that there are some over near where the shrine is. If you make your way over that way.
All right. I make my way there.
You get over and you start looking around for books, and you see there's a shelf set up, and you notice that when you get closer, the books are diaries and other things that have names of villagers, an account of all those who were lost, and this is a little shrine in Memoriam, and you see there's some have little pictures and things set up there. And in this part, looks like it looks like it's been dusted. There's not anything, dirt collecting on anything. Everything is kept rather pristine when it comes to this part of the shrine itself versus maybe other parts of the shrine. This part is kept up rather quite well, it seems like, by the monk.
Can I try and steal some books?
I mean, do you have skullduggery? Because if not, you're flipped to fail to try it.
Nope.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably try to lift it off of here if you wanted to, but again, they're just books, people's, diaries and memoirs, things like that. Mm-hmm. They're not like literature books,
all right,
per se. You can find a book that is the equivalent of the God Emperor's holy text. You can find the Holy Scripture of the God Emperor. You can find a couple other books like that in here that are more religious based. They're nothing that's
hymnals or something.
Yeah, nothing that's enjoyable reading per se. Just
But the diaries are a little bit more juicy, right?
They would be, but these were just these look like memoirs of people who lived here and that they've been put up here. You would assume they would just have normal everyday stuff kind of written in them if you were to flip through them, but that's up to you if you want to. If you would like to make an easy scrutinize check, though, there might be something else you can find. And you succeed. Okay. As you're going through the shrine and you're looking, you come across a picture frame. And on it, let me see if I can find it here. Make sure I get the words on it correct. Here we are. Yeah, you see a painted portrait of a woman and a 3-year-old girl with an epitaph reading, "To my Joanna and Katharina, in grief and regret," and it's signed Maximilian.
Was he married before?
Draped over the portrait is a talisman.
I know Cork doesn't have any of this information that Freddy has, but is it the same one that guy was wearing?
You would have maybe caught a brief glimpse of it. If it isn't exactly the same, it's pretty similar. It's definitely
Right.
kind of similar make and design. You'd have to hold them up next to each other to see if they're exactly the same or not, but
Can I swipe that?
the skullduggery to do it without being seen.
I'm
You're
Hey, you're not very thiefy.
Yeah, you're not playing a thief class, I'm afraid.
So would it just be a standard skullduggery?
It's flip
Yeah.
to fail.
You're flipped to fail, though, so that means you have to check the dice both directions, and it has to be under your rating. So 53 is a failure.
Yeah.
So you reach up there, and you knock the portrait over, trying to get the talisman down off of it, and Pastor Willem stands up there, and he says, "Do not touch that." And he stumbles over your direction rather quickly and pushes you out of the way. He goes and resets everything up exactly as it was. Because this is not for touching, it's for praying. These are unfortunate sacred relics. This spot here means probably more to this town than anything else in here. The most valuable things that we have are these memories here. They're not for touching.
Can you tell me more about... Sorry, go ahead.
He just kind of looks your direction and kind of with a furrowed brow.
Can you tell me more about this necklace here?
It belonged to Maximilian. It was a gift from his previous wife, Joanna. That's her and their daughter Katharina in the picture. He lost both of them 12 years ago.
How did they perish?
Oh, I dare not speak loudly of it in front of Enid, but theirs was a band of orcs who came 12 years ago, and he had ordered to save the women and children. We had hid them. We hid them away in a cave up on the Horn Monk. The orcs laid siege to Vorberg. Well, it was Horst and the now deceased Heinrich Truman and Maximilian who led the assault. They stood their ground, and the orcs, they turned and fled. Me being younger and swift of foot, they'd sent me to Swansea to get reinforcements. I was too late. We got back and we went to retrieve the women and the children. But they were gone. They'd all been slain. The orcs in their retreat had found them. There was nothing they could do. We lost everyone. And the shrine was dedicated to all those women and children we lost 12 years ago. It's been a long and difficult process. Many of the men in town have remarried with new brides, attempted to restart new families. It's a joyous occasion that Maximilian has finally put all this behind him. Everybody still thinks highly of him for for what he was able to do to save this town. Him and Horst are kind of local heroes. Heinrich, too, perhaps. He was a rather stern and angry man. It's about this time that you look over and you realize that Enid is considerably younger than what Heinrich was as well. Now, if you don't mind, get your prayers done and return to the Cowardly Oaks. I still have much work to do here. He turns and stumbles back over towards his seat, where he goes back to consoling Enid.
I just walk out.
I'm going to talk to Maximilian's son,
Okay.
Walman. And just going to, like, this is, kind of settle up and so, tell me, you look like, you do a lot of scouting in the area. You real familiar with the lay of the land around here?
I know the woods around Vorberg, the Horn Monk. I know them all like the back of my hand.
If that's true, then if you were a pack of bandits and you were to hole up somewhere, where do you think you would hole up? If you were a bunch of crazy savages who were just like wanted to kill people and wanted a good place to be able to launch attacks on people and otherwise slink back to your den.
Well, I think it's safe to say that with the thick forest to the north, once you get past the hemp fields, you're looking at thick forest and inclined hills up leading towards the Horn Monk. I suppose if you needed good vantage points by which to look down into the valley to see the roads, that would be the best place.
Possibly some caves up there too. That might be a good place for shelter.
You see, he grabs again at his talisman. Yeah, there's more than a few bear caves, things up there.
I glanced at his talisman, like family heirloom.
Yes, it was a gift from my mother.
And where is your mother?
She's dead. Her and my sister.
My apologies. How long?
12 years.
Ooh.
I was a young boy, not much younger than Klaus over there, when they came last.
12 years until your father has decided to remarry. I see. He must have been very distraught.
He mourned and grieved for quite some time, as did we all.
I see. What happened?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, just, if I'm prying too much, please just...
my mother, Joanna, she led the women and the children up to the mountain to find a safe place to hide away. The mutant hordes came to lay siege. My father and Horst and Heinrich. They gathered up the menfolk and went and stood their grounds and ran the orcs off, and we thought we had won the day, that we had bought enough time for Pastor Wilhelm to return to Swansea with armed men.
Just as a point of check, you said mutant hordes and then you said orcs. Was it intentional, or was it supposed to be orcs?
Those are two words for the same thing. Orcs are mutated humans.
Okay.
You know this, living in this world. Orcs are mutated humans who contract a disease called orc smolt, and it mutates them from humans into orcs. So they're an ancestry, but they're not an ancestry the way you think of orcs in like the standard fashion. So there's more education folklore rules you'd have to make to know more about that, but you would just know in general that they're the
orcs and mutants is a pretty
they
shared statement.
There's various different kinds of mutants. Orcs is just one of the various kinds of mutants you can encounter. So
Das flavor of mutant.
Yeah, the flavor of mutant happens to be orcs.
As opposed to Fruit Loop.
As opposed to Skizzen or the Aztalek, or there's lizard men, there's rat men, there's orcs.
I was gonna say Skizzen. Well, let me guess. They're like Skaven.
Yeah, you get the idea. Yes, very much so.
All right.
So yeah, you got them. You got all those various types of mutants. So when they say mutants,
Fair enough. I didn't know if there was two different things, because my brain was going one saying there's orcs, and the other one says mutants.
Some of them don't mutate quite that heavily. Like there are some who give themselves to chaos who become like howling marauders, and some of them are known to have like arms that turn into tentacles.
Right.
I mean, where would we get that crazy idea from, Malice?
Right.
So yeah, that's the world you're living in. So mutants is a broad term that basically usually refers to people who've given themselves over to chaos, and thus are typically by the demon princes mutated and warped in some way. Some of them becoming orcs.
Fair enough. All right. Good to know. Thank you for the bit of settings lore that I should know.
Yeah, this is just a bit of setting lore.
Okay. That is... So 12 years ago, the mutants attacked before. Do you know what the motivation was then? Were they coming through the area, or?
Yes, they were ransacking villages, which is more standard for a mutant horde. They're beings of chaos. They have little rhyme or reason sometimes.
Right.
But they usually don't skip a meal.
Right. No, that makes sense. I've seen some horrors in my day myself, so I know how that works. Change of such a gloomy subject. So I noticed you have refugees.
Oh yeah, the
Here in town. So what is that? Where are they from?
Well, I'm sure if you traveled here with Andre, you probably heard him speak of his tours of duties, the wars out east.
Yes.
These are some of the people displaced by those wars. Maximilian had put out word that he would offer fair wage, and it attracted many of them here, where they now earn a fair wage to work for my father. And Andre is not crazy about them. I suppose spending years toe-to-toe fighting with people from their homelands has perhaps jaded him, but he doesn't trust them. So I guess I can understand. Their presence here makes him a little uneasy, but I mean, I suppose it's all history now. His tours are done, and he's taken on a life working as a sellsword for my father, and he's hired to be here just like they are.
About when did they start arriving?
No, they've been here for quite some time.
Knowing anything about the wars, what?
Most of these workers have all come here in the last few years, like nothing recent.
Okay.
They've helped increase the hemp production, if you will.
I didn't know if they happened to have rolled in around, I don't know, 12 years ago.
No. These wars that Andre and them are from are much more recent.
Yeah. Just curious. Just try to tie things together that probably
It's
don't tie
possible
together.
some of the early fighting in those wars may have displaced the orcs, drove them out of where they were towards this direction, and just by happenstance into the path of Vorberg, but nothing ever that seems that you would have directly relate to it. But if there were two warring human nations, like, it's very possible any mutant bands that were caught in the middle of it would have either been slain or pushed out of where they were. So it's possible it had something to do with it.
No, makes sense. So, here we are again, standing on the precipice with mutants.
It would seem so.
I think tonight is going to be light on sleep. I think I'm good to go to the wall and keep my eyes open.
I think I would recommend that we let Andre's men take the watch overnight. They're already assigned to the wall. I think you all should get some rest. I have a feeling that Andre's not going to want to spare anyone if he can, but I think there's a good chance that we may have to go do some looking. Of course,
yes.
We'll have to meet with Father and Horst, see what they recommend. In the meantime, I think we're going to have to continue to just answer any questions from townsfolk with that it's bandits. And we think the bandits are lurking up there in the woods somewhere. We successfully retrieved Heinrich and Dieter's bodies. We'll just toe the line as Father suggests for now, until he comes up with a plan. He always comes up with a plan.
I'm just gonna pat him on the shoulder, give him the consoling, just like, probably pat him on the arm.
He thanks you. You see pretty soon Andre walks in. He says, the watch is secure for the night. Everyone should get some rest. You see Waldman kind of turns and says, we should all probably return to our quarters. He turns and walks over there towards Andre, and the two of them leave.
All right.
Klaus is standing over there. Do you need me to show you to your rooms?
Please.
Once I show you to your rooms, then I can go to bed.
Sounds excellent choice for us. Thank you for your service.
He takes you upstairs, and there's a set of rooms there for you, and he shows you each there to your doors. And you see there's a meal and food, drink, everything is set up in there for you as they said there would be. And he points down to the end of the hall. He says, that room down there is my room. That's where I sleep. If you need anything, you just walk right down there and you just knock on the door and I'll answer. You are our
Sounds
guest.
good.
We'll keep that in mind.
You're our guest here at the Cowardly Oaks. Anything you need, I'll take care of, or my mother, Lissalet. You can ask for her too, but she is getting her rest right now. She's going to get up and make breakfast in the morning, and you should come down and enjoy it.
I'm a big fan of breakfast.
All right.
Lunch and dinner.
Good night. And he kind of nods off a little bit, and he walks on down.
Can I stop him for a quick second?
Yeah, he turns around. Oh, can I help you?
What was your mother's name again?
Lissalet.
Lissalet. Okay. You're free to go.
He walks on down.
You are free to go. You haven't dismissed.
I have my reasons. You don't need to know.
You guys are in a protected, safe location, even though you technically are under siege. Being inside the Cowardly Orcs, you feel safe enough that if you do rest for the night, you will restore your peril back to unhindered. So make sure you mark yourself back at unhindered on your sheet.
As I have so far completely dodged all peril in this game.
I have rolled like crap on my peril rolls. I haven't dumped any serious amount on anyone yet, but
the peril, it was perilous.
alright, I'm gonna switch us over here to the
Dun, dun, dun.
roll 20 map
Bum, bum, bum.
so that everybody at the home can see what we're looking at here.
Hello, folks, at the home version of the game.
So, this is our little town here at Vorberg, and what I've done is I've set up tokens for you all. I'm going to put you here in the street in the middle just so you can find yourselves quickly and easily. I'm going to move some people around to where they're going to be at starting today. Alright, so that's kind of where everything's located. There are a list down there in the key of various places that you can see. Basically, it's all the places that you might want to go to or see inside of Vorberg. They're just kind of listed there with the representative numbers on the map. It is the next morning. You guys wake up. You're welcome down there in the inn area of the orcs with a hot breakfast, some biscuits and gravy. You see Lissalette is manning the bar, and Klaus is very tentatively setting up the table and getting everything put into place. You don't see Horst or Maximilian anywhere, and there's currently nobody else in the place right now, just the group of you.
Alright, well, sit down at a table, get my food prepped, and ready to dig in. As soon as Klaus does his doting over us and wanders off, I'm going to turn to the other two. So, find anything interesting out last night? Seems a very unusual situation we're in.
I tell them what I heard from the priest at the temple and what I saw.
I'll let everyone know about the conversation that I had with Waldman and Andre, and I will mention the talisman that Andre was wearing, or Waldman? Waldman was wearing a talisman that didn't seem to appear to be religious, but so yeah.
And I relay my my rendition of the story, and actually talk about the talisman and how it's a family heirloom or whatever tied to the mother. And I assume we also glean off of Cork's story that the same talisman then was hanging over a picture over there.
And that I tried to steal it.
So it was hanging over a picture. It wasn't like on somebody in the picture. So
no, it was the actual talisman is hanging over the picture, a painted portrait of a woman and a child.
So meaning there's multiple talismans that people are wearing of the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And the teenager is the son of Max?
The teenager is Horst, is Horst's son, the owner of the Cowardly Orcs. Him and Lissalette have
the bar owner.
Have Klaus, who's the boy. And then Waldman is the son of Maximilian and his previous wife, who you've learned is deceased.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So it sounds like, what's next for us, folks? You think we need to maybe go talk to Maximilian a bit more? It seems like he hasn't been completely forthcoming with us.
Well, Walden also said that he was currently working on a plan, so probably need to go get updated once we're geared up and well fed. Don't want to go messing around with this stuff with an empty stomach.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I enjoy the rest of my breakfast, and so there were mutants 12 years ago, and this town is being attacked potentially by mutants again.
Yes, the orc.
Question. Being as old as I am, I've probably experienced in some way mutants before. Yes, no?
Possibly.
Does this seem mutant-y? Like, does this seem like something mutants would do?
Make a warfare check.
Make a warfare check.
That's standard.
Where is warfare? If I was the warfare skill, what would it be under? Intelligence. Eesh. Flip to fail, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Wop wop. But failing doesn't exactly have any real bad connotations, I don't think, so...
As long as you don't critically fail. Yeah. You're not familiar enough with, as a watchman, you may have been positioned in guards in places where maybe there was alleged rumors of nearby mutant bands. You're not familiar with their tactics. You're not sure if this sounds mutiny or not, other than what little bit Waldman had mentioned earlier, that typically mutant bands don't skip towns. They don't beeline past a couple other nearby villages and then sack a city. They usually hit everything and braze everything along the way. So
Right.
short of what Waldman said and kind of what Andre kind of implied the same thing, like this seems a little off, but you're not sure. I mean, the tactics the intimidation tactics don't seem that off though. Like, you know.
Right, I guess, I'll just continue roleplay on it then. So, just from what people have been saying, like, mutants usually, and, rumors abound, of course. I haven't, really been in a mutant attack, but they sound pretty straightforward and vicious. Like, they're not usually in it for the long haul. They're here to raid you, take your stuff, and leave. And this seems to have a different flavor to it. I don't know. Something seems off. I don't know if considering the history of this town, it almost feels like someone is trying to scare the town by bringing up bad memories.
Well,
I don't know.
So we're inside the orcs right now.
Yeah,
right?
you guys are at a table inside the cafeteria.
Are there? All right. So are there many other people in there? Are there any women in here?
Nope, it's empty. It's just us.
Everybody is sheltering up in their homes at the moment, as far as you know.
This is a COVID moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from
self-isolating there, huh? Okay.
from Cork, there's no other women.
Yeah.
I'm just curious in regards to, we were talking about something that happened 12 years prior and the threat then. But then also there is the immediate threat in regards to Enid and the contusion that she had. And where did that, how did that come about? But I feel like that's something that we would probably be more inclined to ask a female.
Yeah, no, that would be legit. If you inquire where all the women are right now, you don't even need a check. Lissalette is up there at the bar. She's female and she's running the bar. So you could talk to her and she might have information for you.
All right. I'd like to inquire with Lissalette because especially running a bar, she's going to know a bit more.
She's up there wiping down the bar. She's got
She
her.
has a 90 in rumors.
She's been working on breakfast for you guys. Everything else, she's got everything there in place. And she looks up. She goes, "Oh, can I be of any service to you? I'm Lissalet."
Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Freddie, and I was curious. I tend to encounter a lot of people in my work, and especially a lot of women, because of selling wares and such. And I'm just kind of surprised. You're the only woman that I've met so far. I know of Enid as well, and of course the women we brought in. But where are all the women at this time?
Well, when the bodies first appeared outside the town, Waldman and his auntie Bet, they insisted that all the women folk be put up in the Steiger house. So
Is that okay? Is that because it's a good fortress? It's
the largest house here in Vorberg, and Bet was going to do what she could to help shield the rest of the women folk from the atrocities. So she invited them all up there for tea, and they've been gathering there at the Steiger house for most of the day, while many of the menfolk have been helping Waldman patrol the palisade walls and keep a lookout while Andre was tending to the security detail at the wedding. Now that Andre is back and is retaken over the helm for security, I suppose maybe more of the menfolk will be coming by here by the orcs later to perhaps talk with Maximilian and Horst and see if there's a plan for what to do next about the bandits.
Well, thank you for sharing that information. And I know this is sensitive, but as I said, I often see and hear things of others. You talk about shielding the women from atrocities. My companion couldn't help but notice that the young Enid appeared to have an injury.
Oh, when you say that, you see Lissalet kind of looks down a little bit, like kind of gives you kind of this look, and she's, well, yes, her husband Heinrich was not the kindest man. He's very stern, had a lot of rules. He
Intriguing.
was not particularly well thought of by many of the people in town, but he was a bailiff, and he obviously one of the heroes of Vorberg, who stood alongside Maximilian and ran the orcs off. So,
Were you here when the orcs came to town?
oh no, I'm only more recently come in the last few years when me and Horst got married. And my Horsty, he was another one of the brave men who went out and confronted the orcs. And look, his sword still hangs here above the bar, and she kind of motions behind her, and you see this large, like, great sword hanging up there. That's the one he took into battle that day. When him and Maximilian and they ran those orcs off. Oh, when they saw the sight of my Horsty with that Zweihander there, they turned tail and they fled. He's so brave.
Well, thank you for that information.
She goes back.
So I'm gonna step back to the table. Well, Ashley, is there anything else that you might have to share that would perhaps help us in addressing and helping us to protect your townsfolk?
I'm afraid I don't know much else. Horst and Maximilian, they left early this morning to go over to the Steiger residence. They went up to Maximilian's study. I don't know. I suppose they're working on a plan.
Well, thank you. You've been very, very helpful. Thank you. The food and drink has been quite excellent. Thank
If
you.
there's anything else you need, just ask my son Klaus. He's
Oh, yes.
he's a simple boy, but he's a good boy.
Oh, he's been very helpful indeed. So, excellent service. So I'm going to go back to the table and fill in Bingo, Cork, and Bingo. I get the name right.
Yep, Cork and Bingo.
Cork and Bingo. Yeah, Cork and Bingo.
Short people have short names. Or fun-sized people.
Yes.
Fun size. So fill all y'all in. Say tell you what I've just heard. So
Oh. Sounds like we need to go talk to Maximilian at this point. Listening to us, that's a good idea.
sounds like a plan. A plan to hear about the plan.
Plans within plans, as it were.
All right.
Oh yes.
If you guys are going to find Maximilian, as Lissalette told you, he's currently been last seen headed into his estate over at the Stagger House, which is number 6 across the way.
Right.
Okay.
So you guys make your way up the path. You are greeted at the door by a lady that looks like she's in her mid-50s. Very nicely dressed. Kind of looks down a little bit from her over her nose at you. Can we help you?
Way down.
Yeah. Can we help you?
Yes, we'd like to speak to Maximilian.
Maximilian has asked to not be interrupted at this time. He's in his study speaking with Horst.
Well, we'd like to speak to him, if that's possible.
Leave me your names and I'll let him know next time he takes a small break when he comes down to fetch himself another pinch of something for his pipe. I'll inform him that you've come by, but he's asked to be not disturbed yet otherwise.
Oh well, you see, ma'am, madame. We've actually been we've been helping him. We've helped him to get here safely. So, if you could let him know that Cork and Bingo and Freddy are here because he seemed to have needed further assistance, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, well...
Whoa, people are running towards the,
Sorry, I had to read it who it all says is in the room.
They have dashed.
Well, I will let him know that you've come by. He is...
We'll just wait out here we'll be
Okay.
right out here, so that way we're available at his convenience.
Fine. Wait here for just a moment. And she closes the door on you. You wait there for a few minutes, and she comes back down and she says, fine. He says that you may come in. Try not to track in. Be mindful, this is an estate after all. She opens up the door, and as you walk in, you can see that she's holding court. There's seats all over in a nice foyer area, and there's many of the women in the town are all not completely gussied up, but they're all dressed rather nicely, and they're sitting around with tea, and they're kind of, there's some banter going on amongst them. And as you look across the room, you realize that they are all in their 20s, early 30s.
Oh, pretty young.
They're all really young. And then there's Bet, who's, like I said, in her 50s, the only one who seems like a woman of any age.
Was it like sister wives or something?
No, everybody died 12 years ago, so they all remarried.
They all remarried young. They're all on round 2, as they call it.
Yeah, round 2.
Round 2, so they're...
But they all come from midlife crisis, so they all went for the 18-year-olds.
Essentially. I mean, you saw how Maximilian did it. He paid a fair amount of money and got himself a very young bride. Like, that seems to be what most of the town has kind of had to do in some way, shape, or form. Those who have moved on. And what you kind of pick up is that all the women were relatively scared of all this that's going on, and maybe even a fair number of the men, but they've once again ushered all the women into one place, and they're basically having Bet tend to them, while Maximilian and Andre and Waldman and them are up in his study, which she kind of directs you to the stairs. It's the large oaken doors at the top of the stairs. You can't miss it.
Thank you.
She goes back over there, and again, like, the moment she turns away from you, she kind of puts a fake smile on, and she kind of turns around and just starts being charming to everyone again, and yes, just help and serve, and it looks like she's genuinely, though, trying to tend to all the women. And you do see in that room BB, the maid of honor, and Helena Steiger, the new bride, are amongst the women that are there in the room, and
they look okay?
BB looks angry. She does not look thrilled to be here at all. Helena looks scared, and you see that BB's spending her time trying to help comfort her. Helena looks, she doesn't know anyone, so she's kind of fish out of water here. Like, she's kind of just sitting over there, but BB does not look real impressed at all.
Can I sneak over to
To who?
to BB and Helena?
Yeah, you make your way on over there. Being the female character of the group, yes, you can mingle your way in without too much.
I was gonna try something and like, yes, good job.
So, yes, you make your way over there,
on
and
that grenade.
you catch a few glances because you're not in your kind of Sunday finest, but BB looks at you, and when you get over there, BB kind of pulls you aside. What are they all doing? This is madness. He hasn't spent one moment with Helena since he's been here. He spent all of his time with his friends up there in his study. What is going on?
I have no idea. That's what my friends are going to see.
When I get back to Swansea, let me tell you, I'll make sure that Franz Raffke hears of this. This is no way for his daughter to be treated.
No way.
And now,
Not in the slightest.
now they're saying bandits?
It's just, I don't know if I should tell her what's actually going on or if I should stay quiet. So I'm not going to say what's actually going to go on.
Okay.
Well, you can ask her to elaborate on her statement.
Yeah. Can you, she elaborate more?
Can she elaborate more on what?
On everything, how she's doing,
Jeez. Well, she's incredibly distraught. This whole thing has been stressful. We heard they found bodies outside. I mean, this is no place for a pregnant mother. She's not that far from having to deliver here, and she was supposed to come here and be happy with her new husband and start a new life here, and now it's all being taken from her.
How close to, actually delivering the baby is she? Is she right on the 9-month mark?
You get the sense that she's not that far along, because she would have been far more obvious when she was up there in her dress. You guys had to scrutinize to notice that. So.
Okay. Can she elaborate more on what she thinks of Max Steiger? What she thinks is going on?
BB's new here. She's from Swansea. She doesn't know anyone here either. So she came. She's Helena's best friend. She came with Helena here. They don't know any of these people. They're stuck in this room with this old lady who's Max's sister, who's kind of this old tart, and they're playing tea and crumpets just to try to keep everybody happy, they're talking about things that sure might be normal conversation for such a thing, but clearly it's all just a ruse to keep everyone there and calm. And BB just
there's a lot of filler conversation for no particular reason.
They're not allowed to leave. It's too dangerous out there. We don't want you all in your homes by yourselves while you're your men folk are out guarding the walls, so come here and hang out, and the Steigers will provide everything you need, and the orcs, the cowardly orcs, is no place for you all to be hanging out all day with drunkards and everyone else. So come here and socialize.
Now, do the other women look okay?
They all look relatively nervous. They don't look nearly as angry about the whole thing. Some of them, as they kind of talk amongst themselves, you hear some of them voice concern about the bandits, and they hope that their husbands will come back okay. Some of them aren't sure what they'll ever do if they lose their husband, because they'd be old maid material at this point. Like they all have concerns about what'll happen to them if anything happens. Like, they end up like poor Enid. Things like that. They all seem to have concerns. Some of them have children, that they have there as well, that they're kind of keeping an eye on, and things like that are going on.
Can I just hang around with the women while Freddie and Bingo go up to see Max?
You absolutely can.
All right.
Okay, so you're going to stay down there with them? Okay, so
yep.
you quarantine yourself off there with all the women folk hanging out, get yourself a cup of tea and a dumpling, and then Bingo and Freddie will make their way upstairs to the big oak wooden doors. You knock and you see Andre answers the door. He pulls it open and goes, "Oh, good, it's you. Come on in."
Hey, Andre.
We're going to send Klaus out to find you shortly.
Yes, the battle axe. The gatekeeper was a little difficult to get past.
Maximilian.
But Freddie had it taken care of.
Maximilian's kicked back in a large chair, office-like chair. He's kind of reclined back in a bit, and he's got a pipe, and you see Waldman and Andre are both seated there on each side of him, and Horst is there as well. Well, you're all probably well aware at this point that this is not a bandit attack.
Not at all. This seems a little reminiscent of kind of ancient history at this point.
Well, Waldman, when they first found the bodies, he was able to spot some tracks that head up to the old road. I suppose that's a good place to start looking, see if we can get any kind of idea of what numbers we're looking at. Maybe find where they're hiding, so we can devise a real plan.
Where does this old road lead to?
Well, it goes up by old Tom's cabin. Where the midwife lives. And then takes you up and around towards the Horned Monk.
Interesting.
You guys can make a routine awareness test.
A routine awareness. All right. Wow.
Yeah, critical fail. Yeah, you don't notice anything. Nope, you guys are... You're just kind of busy kind of just looking around at this really nice
Freddie hit
library.
Oh.
Oh, Freddie did. Yep. You notice that the whole time that Maximilian is talking about, he reveals it. Yeah, we've encountered this sort of thing before about 12 years ago. My late wife Joanna and my daughter Katerina were, along with most of the women and children of Vorberg, were captured. We ran them off, And when they fled, they took the old road up and found a cave where we had told the women and children to hide so that they wouldn't be collateral damage if the orcs hordes did attack. But we went out there and we ran them off, and well, they found them on their way on retreat. They slaughtered and killed them all up there in the cave. So,
I mean, I understand it's here in town, so it's a little bit different, but do you think pulling all the women together again is the safest bet?
at least this time they're behind the walls. You notice this whole time Waldman is grabbing onto his talisman. I dare not try to hide him somewhere up on the Horn Monk again. I couldn't see.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good plan.
Most of the housing here in Vorberg, it's sturdy, but it won't withstand an orc attack. My estate here is, well, maybe besides the Shrine of the God Emperor, maybe the most fortifiable place here in town. The Cowardly Orcs is too large. Couldn't possibly board up all the windows and all the doors there, and the Shrine of the God Emperor is too small to house this many women and children. I don't think Pastor Willem could fit them all in there. So my house seemed like the only real plausible location to put them all for now.
Now, most of the structures here in town appear to be wood. Is this a wood or is this a stone?
It's wood. The only stone structure is the Shrine to the God Emperor is the only one made of actual.
So I'm going to look at Max and say, why after 12 years would they return? What has changed, or
I don't know. We've been thinking about it late into the night last night and over breakfast this morning, and I don't want to do this. I really don't, but my son Waldman is the only one who really knows these woods well. And I don't... Myself and Horst, we're getting too old to go stand in a field and stare down a bunch of orcs. So I was hoping that...
Feels.
I was kind of hoping we could employ you to go out with Waldman and a small group, a little scouting party, go up the road, check on old Tom and Ursula, see that they're all right, and if they need help getting back to Vorberg. And if they're not there, then travel up and see if we could find where they're camping out. So I thought maybe everyone's had breakfast. Maybe as much as I don't want to put my own son on the outside of the wall, he's willing and eager to go.
And sounds like the best choice if you actually want this to succeed.
You see, Andre kind of puts his hand on Waldman's shoulders. He's like, I'm sorry, Waldman, that I can't go with you, but I'm going to have to oversee the defenses of the town with the women and children here. I can't spare any more men to go. In the meantime, we'll be prepping every able-bodied man, child old enough to wield as much as a club, in case they show up while you're gone. But a small group of you, just perhaps the four of you, should be able to use the trails that Waldman knows to get through the woods without perhaps being detected. Should keep you relatively safe if you just listen to him.
Can you spare at least one of your men to come along with us? Just because if trouble does rear its ugly head, I'd like to know that we have at least one trained swordsman.
I can see if there's one willing to go.
'Cause, go ahead.
I'm trying to decide whether this is. I'm gonna ask this character. Freddy's going to ask. Freddy's going to ask. So what became of your wife and child, and the rest of the women? I mean, that must have just so tragic. Where are they buried?
Well, they're buried up there on the mountain. We couldn't really bring them all back down here. So we went ahead and buried them up there on the mountain.
Oh, perhaps this is maybe what. Oh goodness, what was his name? I wrote it down. Perhaps this is what in the temple. What is his name?
Pastor Willem?
Maybe this is what Pastor William was speaking of. Is that maybe he feels that if you didn't bury them here in the village, or that the god, perhaps that now.
Listen,
this may be what
don't pay too much mind to Master Willem. He's a good man, but he's given way to the bottle a long time ago. His drunken spats are. Don't pay him too much mind.
Fair enough. I just know that must be very, very difficult for you to not be able to, visit the tombstones of your loved ones. I've realized too perhaps this is why he speaks of the god emperor being upset.
Well, when I was young, my father was the proprietor of the Cowardly Orcs. Before he sold the place to Horst, he had pitched Vorberg as a spot where the God Emperor had come and rest prior to making a pilgrimage up to the top of the Horn Monk. So he'd named the inn the God Emperor's Rest. He tried to get pilgrims from far and wide to come take pilgrimages up the Horn Monk, where it was believed that the God Emperor had rested during his initial pilgrimage when he was still but a man. So Wilhelm had many of the other faithful that had come through this way were perhaps a little discouraged to see that when my father gave the place to Horst, that he had rebranded the place the Cowardly Orcs after the orcs had been repelled, and now by using the refugee workers, I've created myself a very fine hemp industry that has replaced the religious tourism. Well, Willem's just a little upset. And we all understand, and we all know about his failures to get back from Swansea in time. We didn't think he made it past the blockades. We thought the orcs had gotten him for sure when he hadn't returned. It took him several days to get back from Swansea. You took the trip yourself, you know it's not that long. He was gone too long, and we didn't have a choice but to go make a stand ourselves. So the brave men of Vorberg armed up, and we went out and made our stand. Ran those orcs off.
He was gone too long because he couldn't get enough reinforcements to come help?
He had problems getting people willing to come help from Swansea.
Oh.
It took him longer to get there. He had to be careful not to be captured by the blockades, and we waited, but there's nothing more that could be done. So we had to make a decision. We armed ourselves, went and confronted them.
And luckily, it looked like it I mean, other than the unfortunate incident on the mountain that at least went in your favor.
Perhaps if we had staged our assault from another side, we could have directed them more away from us, but we didn't imagine they would retreat back up the mountain and find the women and children there. We thought for sure they'd be safe, that they'd flee past the mountain and move on to the next village or town. Not that we wanted to kick the can down the road, but we had to protect our own. Well,
Understood.
there's still plenty of daylight today, so I suggest perhaps you'll all gather your stuff and move out with Waldman as soon as possible.
Very well. Well, I will head downstairs and
Right, you and Freddy. We'll assume Freddy comes with you. Returns back
Yeah.
downstairs where Cork has been hanging out with the women folk. Cork,
Yeah.
what you doing down there with them women folk?
I'm just hanging out.
Just
having
chilling?
fun. Just
being a
chilling.
woman, folk.
Okay.
I mean, it's good to be a woman, so. Yeah. Do I notice Freddy and Bingo at all?
Yeah, you see them come back down the stairs, and you.
All right. I kind of tell, like, Helena and
BB.
BB that I'm heading out, and I
Okay.
just kind of run away.
All right, and you scurry on back over to the rest of your group, and you guys exit, and Bet sees you out.
Actually, as we're going by, I'm going to see if I can swing by BB.
Okay.
Because she still probably looks fairly upset and, like,
Yeah, she's still
frustrated.
Yeah, did I ease her at all?
Maybe a little. The whole situation's just really
Yeah.
a tough one for them right now. So like,
Mhm.
you do your best, but it's not nothing that's gonna hold for too terribly long.
I'm going to lean into BB. I'm just going to whisper to her that there's something going on, and I need you to keep things calm, and I really need you and Helena to really just kind of relax and enjoy the tea for now. I'll let you know later
Let us know
if
when it's
anything's
safe.
going on.
Let us know
We
when
will.
it's safe to go back to Swansea. Helena wants to return to her father. And plus her
Understood.
father needs to know about what's happened with the dowry. A failure to deliver it may mean that this entire wedding is null and void, and that we can go home.
Understood.
Wait a minute. Okay.
And I slip away and head towards the door.
All
All right. You're gonna clue us in on what just happened, right?
Once we're outside, yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way back out of there with Waldman. Waldman comes down with you. As well, you got all your gear stuff ready to go. We're gonna exit out the west gate. The road will take us up north through the woods a bit once we get past some of the fields. And there we'll find first the old cottage of Tom and Ursula. We'll check on them. Pick up a few supplies if we need it. She's an apothecary. She'll be able to mix us up a few things that we think we might need. And then there's a pathway that'll take us. A small group of us can get through there pretty easily. It'll take us up to a ridge we can overlook where the caves are. if they're up there on the Horn Monk, that's probably where they'll be, if they're in any kind of numbers. I know a way up there, we'll be able to sneak up there to the top undetected, but everyone will just have to be on the lookout. Just be armed, ready. We could run into trouble at any time.
Now, what is our plan if we run into any trouble?
Well,
Knowing this, I'm just like looking around among us, and was like, I would suggest quick tactical retreats. We do not want to engage anything if we can avoid it.
we are not armed
Absolutely.
to take on orcs. So any encounter with them, you hide, you flee. We'll rendezvous back at Tom's cottage if we have to.
Just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Instead of some people trying to stand and fight and other people running.
No, that's a pretty wise move. I don't suspect the four of us out there alone is going to do much. So let's just hope we don't run into any trouble. If we get up there and get eyesight on them, get an idea of their numbers, it'll help Father prepare a plan for what to do next.
Sounds good.
All right then. So let's go ahead and see if we can move on out. All right. You guys head on out. You leave the village. It's a short walk through some fields. You enter some forest. Like I said, it's not a very long walk before you get up to it, just inside the forest where you come up on a cottage. You can see there's a small bit of a plume of smoke coming from a chimney. But it's just a trickle. It's not much. You don't see anyone around, and nothing looks disturbed necessarily.
Do we want to flip off that Vorberg map?
Yeah, I'll put us back over to, where do I need us to be? We're just going to go back here to this. We'll go back to this screen here. And, not that it's going to make any difference to you guys at the moment. I am going to flip us back over to the live screen, though, on the overlay. So, all right. So, yeah, you guys are on your way up to the cottage. You guys, like I said, this is just quaint little kind of earthy, cottage. Little thatched type roof. Some nestled in amongst a few trees and a small garden out front. Nothing too spectacular. The door looks like it's partially left ajar. Waldman, he kind of...
No, it's not ajar. It's a door.
Waldman kind of holds a hand out there, and, he kind of walks up there first. He's like, the old couple know me, so just let me go in first. We'll see if they're here. I suspect they may have already left for Swansea, but we'll see if they've got any supplies. And he opens up the door, and you see kind of leans in. Tom, Ursula, you here? He kind of starts to look around. He kind of motions for you all to follow him in. You go inside and you catch kind of the aroma of incense that's been burnt. You can see that a fire was in the fireplace but has been put out, and again, only a small trickle of kind of smoke kind of trails up through the chimney. You see there are cabinets where there's all sorts of vials and everything set out. There's some various small bits of equipment. If there was anything you thought you might need, you'd be able to pick up something here if you had any requests, perhaps. Waldman insists that you would pay standard price for them, that you don't just steal while they're gone. But yeah, he looks and he finds a small note there left by Lady Ursula that they have in fact gone to Swansea, so they have already vacated. You don't know if they just went to get supplies or if they fled because they heard about what was going on, but
right. what would I roll to? I want to see if I can determine how old the fire is. Like,
oh, you don't need to. It's pretty recent. Within a day, you suspect maybe they left first thing this morning while you guys were having breakfast. Like they haven't been gone long.
now, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty.
You're pretty stocked on healing gear because you're a warrior. So you've got laudanum, you've got tincture, so you're actually in pretty good shape as far as equipment you guys would actually need.
Yep.
Waldman tells you he's already got the ropes stuff needed for the passage. There's a couple spots where they may have to do a little climbing, but he doesn't suspect it'll be too hard to get up there. It's just a long walk. So
Do we had you gave us medical supplies early on, right? We have laudanum or something.
yeah, say as a warrior archetype, Bingo has a crap ton of healing supplies, which is kind of funny. It comes on the warrior, but
yeah, I have 3 laudanum and 3 tinctures. So.
Yeah.
If you guys need any more, but like, is it? I can't remember. Is it laudanum or tinctures that you can only really do once a day?
Well, both are only once a day. A laudanum is a healing potion. It can heal 1 health level, but you can only use it once a day because it's made with opiates. If you take a second one, it actually harms you. A tincture you apply to an injury, and you do not feel the effects of that injury for 1 day. So there'd be no need to do more than 1 a day on it either.
Right. Now, there is like regular bandages too, right?
Yes.
Is there anything here for regular bandages that we might want?
You can find 3 bandages. 3 honeysuckle bandages. Those require a heal check to use. So.
And we have weapons? Like
you guys
swords.
have your normal weapons that you have on you.
Alright.
This isn't the kind of place you would find weapons anyway. This is mostly... She's an apothecary. So she
is...
It's a good weapon.
What?
A pitchfork is a good weapon.
Yeah, but they got all that stuff with them because they're on the way to Swansea, so they took those things with them. So
to protect themselves, yeah, of course. Okay.
Does anybody have the heal skill at all?
I don't think any of you do.
So otherwise it's flip to fail. So.
It's flip to fail. I mean, that's why the laudanums would be really, really well done.
Right. With my non-streamed D&D.
Yeah.
Oh, we are...
They're getting ready to head up the Horned Monk to go look for orcs.
Yeah, we're about to go into bad places where bad things happen.
Right.
All right. All right, party. We were prepared to go to a party wipe. Charge!
So you guys stop by. Again, you've got old Tom and Lady Ursula apparently have already left for Swansea. There's, like I said, a few medicinal products around. You take a few bandages. Those are a silver a piece, I believe. So again, Wolman just suggests there's a little tip jar there to drop them in. He just kind of insists that you pay, and then you guys can be on your way up the monk. It is a bit of a climb. It's kind of rocky. You're not taking... You're taking kind of a side path that's going to take you up to the summit. Waldman kind of explains a little bit of this. You're being relatively quiet. If you have athletics... none of you are going to have a focus, so... you're all going to have to make a routine athletics as you continue your ascent up the Horned Monk. It's all wooded. It's rocky. It's kind of like going through trails at a national park, only without the man-made steps in places. You can imagine, like it's pretty rugged. If you fail, you're going to succumb to 1d10 plus 1 physical peril from exhaustion. So it looks like Cork did not make it by 1. Oh, you were so close. Malice made it, and it looks like Freddy made it. Oh, no. Yeah. Freddy made it. So, a d10 plus 1 physical peril. 9. That'll be enough to do 1 level of exhaustion to you. So you'll move yourself down to imperiled. You're not losing skill ranks yet. You're just getting tired because this this is an exhausting hike for you. You're not used to this sort of hiking. Like, Waldman's making it look easy because he does this every day, but you guys are maybe not quite used to this sort of hike.
It's these tiny legs,
It's
okay?
the tiny
I'm
legs.
tall, so it's no problem for me.
Yeah,
you know, long.
You're walking over things the others
I'm
have
more
climb
used to
those.
walls. I like to just get on the walls and watch things.
So yeah, you're not having any problems there as you again you're making your way up the mountain. At this point,
Yes, unfortunately, Georgie is MIA.
yeah, Georgia can't make it today. So you guys are starting to get up to where the path is really starting to narrow, and you're having to climb through rocks. So Waldman's going to go ahead and go first, but you guys need to figure out what order you're going through after him. Are you going to take up the back, Bingo, because you're an archer?
Yep, I'm going to take up the back and kind of hang back just a little bit, too, and just keep being really paranoid on my eyes peeled.
All right.
I'll be right in front of Bingo.
All right, so you guys are starting to make your way up through there, and I need you all to make a standard eavesdrop test.
Womp womp. Standard. My ears don't work the same way they used to. But Freddie heard it. Shit, she
I
heard
heard
a cricket fart.
You guys are walking up through this pass, and you're still kind of in the wooded area, and you hear something rustle in the bushes, kind of behind you a little ways. You stand there, and then a little bit later, you kind of hear it again. Waldman kind of loops off the path a little bit, kind of around to kind of come in from behind it.
If there's and I assume there's trees around here, I'm going to kind of try to hug a tree to use as kind of cover and kind of scanning around, being paranoid.
So you guys all kind of hunker down, you get into positions. We're going to need initiatives.
Ooh.
A D10 plus your initiative score, which is on the second tab. We'll go ahead and get these into place. We're going to take Vladimir off of there because he's not here.
Here's my initiative.
We need to click on our token for when we do this.
No,
Or
just roll
this
it.
our
Just
sheet?
roll a D10 plus whatever in the. You can't click the button because there's no initiative button on the sheet. You just have to roll a D10 and add the number to it and tell me what it is.
Okay, got it. Let's see.
And is it? I roll 2d10. Is that deal?
Yes. As a watchman, you roll 2d10 plus your initiative bonus because you are always super fast.
Where's the initiative modifier on the?
It's on the second page, talents and trappings at the top. There's
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
oh, nice roll. Way to use that bonus.
Okay, let's see.
Where is my bonus? I still don't see this bonus.
Okay, if you go to your sheet,
Oh, initiative. So +8. So I'm at 16.
so yeah, on your talents and trappings tab, you'll see 3 sets of numbers. The first is encumbrance, the second is initiative, the third's movement.
Oh, okay. So that's
You see
okay,
how
so
there's
it's
encumbrance, and then it says 3 plus BB, and then your current and
Yep.
your overage, and then you have 3 plus PB as your initiative, and then overage and current. Because if you have overage, if you're carrying more gear than your bronze bonus allows, you have a negative to these things. That's so you have to subtract the overage to then figure out your current initiative, so they can be modified. You guys don't have near enough gear to worry about that. So
okay.
You're
All
gonna
right,
be
so I'm at a 17 then.
okay.
Dustin, then I roll a 1d10 plus 8.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
You got it. And you can just roll the D. Oh, 17 for Cork, too.
Yeah.
Just as fast as the Watchman. Now you're all 17s.
So, we all go at the same time.
Let me roll for Waldman.
Now, if only me being a watchman would have paid off.
Yeah. That's all right.
You're only good at watching
probably
things,
still.
right?
Oh, he's got a 10 initiative. He's fast. I forgot how fast Waldman is. He's a 20.
Oh.
What is his? Let me find him real fast. I think I marked that page. Did I mark that page? I better have marked that page. Let me find him. He's here somewhere. I promise you. I'll find him.
It's here somewhere.
He's here somewhere. You can't
Somewhere.
hide forever.
Yeah, over the rainbow.
He's not under that category. Where the hell is he?
Stop under that rock.
Found him. Hold on, I found
Is
him.
that under the other rock?
He is under the other rock. So
It'll be in the last place you look.
So, his initial...
Your kid's room.
All
not
right.
in the trash.
So, you guys are all in position. Waldman is going to go first. As I said, he loops out around to the back. Oh, I need to put these in the right order. Let's go to... This is going to become more important in a second, but descending. So there we go. So Waldman loops around to the back, and he kind of gets in kind of a flank position. He walks up, and you see he reaches down to the bush and pulls up by the collar Klaus. He says, "You bumbling idiot, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be back at the Cowardly Orcs with your father." Klaus, I'm sorry, but I wanted to come and help. And I overheard them say they needed another man. And so I came to be helpful. And he's like, "Ah, damn it, Klaus. We're too far out. We can't send him back alone." Fine.
Wait. Can he come with? Just...
He's going to have
That's
to
a good-
now.
It'll be a good learning opportunity for him.
Well, he's going to have to now.
Is Klaus carrying anything that would be considered a weapon?
Nope. I don't think so. I don't think it says he has anything on him. Hold on. I guess I should answer real quickly.
You know, meat cleaver or something.
If he doesn't have anything, can we just find him a really big, tree branch?
I'm gonna
this
give him my
this
spear.
doesn't mention anything about him having any weapons, so I'm going to assume that he's not.
I'm going to give him my spear, and I'm going to be like, sharp pokey end in bad guy.
Okay, so you give him your fire hardened spear. Okay,
Yes,
he now has a fire hardened spear.
which makes him infinitely more useful than he was before.
Yeah.
I was
So
going to say we get him a
he's
stick.
got it, and he's over excited that he's got a weapon, and he's with Waldman, and you guys stick him in the middle of the marching order there next to Cork. I'm assuming Freddy is second behind Waldman.
Yep.
And then you guys are getting everything all situated, and there's all this kind of you guys are, unfortunately, it's making a fair bit of noise. And as you guys do all this, I need a standard awareness.
One standard awareness. Standard, you say. Standard.
Standard.
Oh. Yes.
No.
Yay, being a watchman paid off.
Okay.
Looks like, yeah, I got that.
Yeah. I know what's up.
The Watchman
Did Vido
notices,
that? There.
Yeah.
Cork and Bingo. As Waldman is standing there, holding up Klaus by the collar, you notice that Waldman's not particularly paying attention. You detect another noise coming from up ahead on the pass. You turn just in time to see a shadowy figure release an arrow. You have to make a challenging coordination test if you would like to try to intervene.
Sorry, challenging.
Trying to intervene.
This arrow, as it's released, if you make a challenging coordination, you can attempt to try to knock Waldman out of the way.
Yeah, I'm going to go for it. Well, actually, how are you doing for your coordination?
You had to make the awareness check. If you didn't make the awareness check to see it happen, you did not have the opportunity. That's a failed coordination by Cork. And does Bingo have the coordination to get it done? Challenging?
Bingo, do it. Come on, Bingo, do it.
It's challenging.
Yeah, reset it's a challenging. 1 second.
Yep.
We need Waldman.
I'm sorry.
Klaus alone.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye, Waldman.
Nope. Now you guys still have 2 fortune left.
Yeah, Cork, you have the best roll of the two of us. Do you
Are you
want
going to
to
spend a fortune to take a second roll at it?
Yeah.
do it? Because I do not want to be stranded up here without a guide.
So with that
And with
token,
Klaus.
what do I do again?
Oh, hold on. I messed it up.
You messed it up? How dare
Bop,
you,
bop.
sir?
I fixed it. You just re-roll. You re-roll your challenging coordination.
Alright.
Come on. Do it. Succeed. Come on.
No! So you guys, you hit, you dive and you hit Waldman almost like a football tackle to try to get him out of the way, but it's too late. Right before you get to him, you hear the crunching thud as a flight arrow, similar to the ones that you guys saw, strike Waldman directly in the head, and he drops to the ground, bleeding and pretty much dead on the spot. And Klaus is standing there holding the spear. And you see he looks like he's about to freak out. And he takes off charging as the shadowy figure takes off running up the pass. And we go to a chase scene.
I run after Klaus.
Yep. We're going to a chase scene.
Woohoo!
We're going to clear all these tokens off of here for a moment.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Not
All right.
another chase scene.
Those of you who are in the chase scene will put yourselves down here on the rail. I will add a Klaus because he's now in the scene.
The foul Klaus.
We can get rid of that token. That's not any of you guys, and that's Georgie who's not here.
Me? How come I can't get my thing to token?
Good catch, Waldman. Good catch.
And then we need our bad guy.
Oh, my token's there. I wonder I couldn't find my token.
Here he is.
Waldman had played this game called Dungeons and Dragons at one point, and he heard that monks can catch arrows in midair, and he was like, I'm going to catch one with my teeth.
No.
So Waldman's no longer on the initiative tracker. So you guys are all 17s. This guy has a head start, so he gets a +3 to his initial roll. So I got to roll his initial one.
And he is not in range for me to take a shot at him.
He is running. You can attempt to shoot him if you wish. Attempting to shoot will take you out of the chase scene, though, as you would by stopping to pause to shoot at him. You would no longer be able to keep up pace.
Got it.
You're welcome to do so, but you'll get about one round of shooting before he ducks through trees and everything. You're not gonna have a clear shot at him if you can't catch him first.
Right.
But that is up to you. You could take that. You could take that route if you want. I need to mark this page. I keep losing that page. Where's my handy dandy? My handy dandy Zweihander bookmarks I got for running a game at Gen Con for them. So,
yeah.
Zweihander, yes, it was a good time. I keep forgetting to bookmark that page. There we go. So his movement is a 9. Holy cow, that's a 17 for his initial score. So 17 is the current pursuit value.
I'm gonna take that shot.
You're gonna go ahead and take the shot? All right. It's because of the tree line. It's gonna be challenging.
I'm like, there's no way I'm catching that dude.
It's gonna be slightly challenging just because of the trees and everything.
Okay.
But go ahead and take your shot.
Alright. And it's a martial ranged. And have eagle eye or whatever like that. Does it help me at all, or we just
hit the button and then put it in the chat. See what it says.
It takes medium range or turns into short range. That's basically what it does.
Oh, okay. Set yourself to standard.
Okay.
Because that would increase your range penalty by 10. So it'd make it. I was already including that into the
calculation.
Calculation. So.
All right. Here goes martial ranged. Here goes nothing. Come on. Hit him. Of course, stupid little pop-up.
I know. The pop-up is...
Totally ruins the thrill of that moment.
Sorry, guys.
You hit.
Yes!
You strike him, so roll your d6 plus your combat bonus.
And the combat bonus is...
If you'd used the talents and trappings page, it would have done the damage for you. But
okay.
I have those macroed on your sheet, so you can do it. Since you already hit with it, just roll a d6 and add your combat bonus.
Yeah, where's the combat bonus?
It's the number in the box next to your combat score on attributes and abilities. Usually a 4 or a 5 at this point in the game for you, but...
You mean 2?
Your combat score is that low?
38. And it has a 2 next to it.
Is that real?
Oh.
Hold on, I'll look at your sheet. I'll verify. Yeah. Because you have the -1 for halfling. So yeah, you're 2. So d6 plus 2 is all you're getting out of your arrows when you hit. No, 3. So it does that break his damage threshold? No, it does not. So you shoot and it grazes him, but it doesn't take him down at all. So
I was hoping to hit him and slow him down.
Yeah. Fortunately, it doesn't hit him in a way that slows him down. So it's going to take you pretty much out of the chase. Those who are going to continue to flee need to make... who's next? Cork? Cork, make your D10 plus your movement to see if you can catch up with...
We can hit him, too.
Oh, 10. All right, so Cork, we mark 10 in your box there. 10. We'll move you out there to round 1. You have not caught whoever this assailant is yet. Freddy?
What is our movement again? Is it a
D10 plus your movement score, which is on your talents and trappings page. That second page where you found initiative, it's right there next to it.
Right next to it on talents and trappings. There we go. I was on the wrong page.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. Yes. All right. So I'm doing a 1d10 plus my movement of 5. Okay. So where's Freddy? There's Freddy. Shoot. Sorry, the turn order thing is in my way. Okay.
11.
11. Uh-huh.
Okay, so we'll put 11 up here. We'll move you over. Oh, I'm going to switch this over to the Roll20 screen so everyone can see this. I forgot I wasn't showing everyone else the chase. All
Why
right.
show them? Like,
Now we'll do Kloss's real fast so I can see how he's moving. Oh man, Kloss, he's gonna be out of it too. He actually runs over to Waldman, and he drops the spear and he runs over there to Waldman and he's grabbing him, trying to wake him up. So yeah, he's not even gonna be in it at this point because he rolled so poorly. So that brings us to round 2 of the chase. So for round 2, I'm gonna roll for the escapee first. D10 plus his movement. Oh man, I am Yahtzeeing this guy. You may not catch him. Hey, he's at 32. All right. D10 plus movement from each of you. I've never seen this guy get away. I don't know what happens when he gets away.
well, let's hope he doesn't get away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know what happens when he gets away. We go. We're going the other way down the path. We're going back to Vorberg. We're out.
Hold on.
Just Monty Python it, or
Okay.
Kick some.
All right. So yeah. Wow. This is. We got a 13 for Cork. It's 23. And Freddy is an 11 more. That's 22. All right then.
I'm actually like so nervous right now.
I'm gonna roll one more time for the Bogan to see how he does. Oh, finally a botch.
Oh, yay.
This might give you some hope of actually getting there. All right, make your rolls.
8 for Freddy.
11 for Cork.
Hey, you guys are back in range. This is the last round before he technically gets away if you can't catch him. You're gonna need a real crap roll by him again. Hold on. Oh, he botched again.
Yes.
Okay, so
12 for Freddy.
to catch him, Freddy needs a 10 total, and Cork
Freddy got
needs a
12.
6 total.
Freddy
A
got 12.
Okay.
15.
Damn, both
You
of you.
both. And the very last, right as
high-low
he's
him.
just about to get away, you both get up there. Now, because you've caught him, you get to make a coordination check to try to capture him. So, or
He
to
clearly
knock
tripped
him
over
down.
a branch or something and
Yeah.
stumbled.
Is that
Just a-
standard or?
Yeah. Yep. It's just coordination. Critical
I do
fail.
apologize for the noise in the back.
No, you're fine. It's a critical fail by Freddy, who trips herself up and manages
Cork
to
catches him.
take
Freddy
peril.
tackles the tree next to it.
5 is not going to be enough to do a level of peril to you, Freddy, for your critical fail. So you don't take any negative from this, but your attempt to trip him up, you fall to the ground. Cork, however, boom, dives on him and knocks him down to the ground. His bow kind of falls to the side.
I just imagine Cork just grabs his legs and just like sits on him, and then he falls down.
Yep. So you get him drugged to the ground, and you hear him go, "Get off of me, you inch!"
No.
And he's kind of kicking and flailing about and making all kinds of noise.
I just hold on to him.
We're gonna drop back out into kind of role play at this point. He's knocked to the ground, and you're both standing over him. And do you come finally running up there, Bingo? Okay, so you guys get up there, and you see kind of a well-built. Let's see if it gives a good description here, just to make sure I get it right.
Can I sit on his chest so that way he doesn't run away?
He looks like a powerfully built teenager. His skin is shallow and heavy brows are topped by sloped forehead, which tapers off into the head of a sparse, greasy black hair. He has pronounced underbite. 2 overly large, sharp teeth poke up over his top lip. His nose is snout-like and has a deep-set black piggish eyes, more swine than human. You see him?
Yeah. Cork's gonna sit on his chest.
You can make a hard folklore test if you want to know more.
Yep. I will, hard folklore.
Mm-hmm.
Skills and attributes. There's my hard. Come on. Folklore is one of my things.
I got a critical failure.
We got one critical fail, one fail. Is Bingo gonna be the only one? Nope, nobody knows.
Jeez.
It's kind of funny. $10 peril will move you down, Cork. We'll move you down one more peril level. You're probably at -1 skill rank now. As you're afraid of this thing. After you get a good look at it, it's scary. It's big, it's ugly, it's got tusk. You find yourself afraid to do anything. Well, mildly afraid of it. You're at -1 skill rank.
Cork just cries.
He says, "Get off me."
No.
You get a sense that after hearing him talk that he's a kid. "If you don't get off me, my sister will come and she'll zap you with her laser eyes. You filthy thing."
Freddy's gonna walk up and just tower over, looking at, little Cork on the chest and going, "Why did you kill our guide?" And of course, Freddy, trying to be intimidating, he's, 253 pounds tall. He's a mountain of a man, or a mountain among men.
All right. That moves us to social intrigue. So there's all your options for social intrigue. So go ahead and pick which tactic you'd like to use.
I'm going to... yeah. I'm going to go with Intimidate.
Okay. Alright, so... Cork, you picked bargain.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to try to strike a bargain with this thing?
I say as tears are streaming down my face, if you don't harm us, like if you don't call anyone on us, my friend will not hurt you.
Okay. And intimidate. Freddy, what are you going to do to intimidate?
I'm going to take the splitting maul and raise it and go and say, "You better give us some answers now, youngster." And trying to make myself.
Bingo, you're on leadership. What are you going to do for leadership? You're muted.
I'm going to step up and I'm going to be like, yeah, my cat was going nuts in the back, so I was I'm going to mute myself. All right. This one's going to kill you. That was probably going to kill you too. And I'm just going to be like, I think everyone needs to calm down. I think we need to just have a conversation, get some answers, and if we need to, we'll kill you.
Okay, let's start with that bargain roll. Let's see how well that's going to work out.
And then, since I'm ignoring one skill rank,
it'll automatically calculate that in. It will just roll the skill like normal, and you'll see that it subtracts the bonus for the skill rank.
And it's just standard?
Yeah, these are just standard for right now.
Alright.
Ooh, nope. You see how your bargain skill says 0? That's because you don't have the skill rank. So yeah, you failed. And let's try the leadership, or intimidate. Sorry, Freddy, you're next on intimidate.
Okay, so that's going to be standard. Intimidate.
Yep. You have a success and leadership. Well,
Huzzah!
Bingo. Hey, you guys got it. Okay. So, his intimidate and guile have a greater effect. So intimidate succeeded. So because you get a greater effect, it'll count as double. So you're going to move him to cooperative, basically, at this point. So he puts his hands up. He's like, don't kill me. Okay, you don't want to do that. My mother, she'll come get you. She'll cook you into stew. At this point, you need a challenging scrutinize.
Okay. Challenging. No. Oop. Oop.
Critical success for Freddy. You're standing there over him, and as he says, don't, you notice the way he moves his lips and the way he talks, and he has this look, even though his eyes are kind of sunken in, and the way his cheekbones are structured. You realize, Freddy, he looks like Waldman. He talks like Waldman. He makes the same mouth gestures when he says his P's. He pushes his lips out a bit, the same way Waldman does. And that's when you notice, hanging around his neck, a leather strap with a talisman. You look over where Waldman's sitting not too far away, and you see Waldman still has his talisman on. They are nearly identical.
How old is Waldman?
Mid-20s.
Like the dead body is in his mid-20s, right?
Yeah, Waldman is in his mid-20s.
And then the orc.
This orc looks like a powerfully built teenager, but it's hard to tell with an orcs.
Mm-hmm.
You said earlier you used a different word to describe this one, though.
What?
Is that you used a different word earlier for this creature, but is that something we
yeah, you guys didn't pass your folklore check to know, so
we don't know what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Freddy's going to say, "Explain yourself."
I don't have to explain anything to you. My mother will be here soon, and her Lieutenant Guar, he'll eat the flesh off your bones.
Oh lordy. Why did you kill our guide?
It's just a matter of time before they notice I'm gone and they'll come looking. You should run now.
Who is they you are talking about?
My mother. Her and the Warhog. They'll be here. They'll be here soon. Oh, please don't shoot. Don't shoot me. Don't.
Shoot him. I dare you.
Wait. Friggin' Bingo. You got a gag. You grab some bandages. Gag this kid before he outs us.
Good call.
And gag him with an arrow.
Yeah,
Can we
yeah.
also bind him up, like, with his hands and his feet?
Yes.
Like,
You can
Yeah.
bind him. That's fine. You get him
Yeah.
gagged and bound.
We have rope from Walden's body, and we bind him up and gag him.
Yeah,
Klaus-
let's gag him.
Klaus is over there hysterical.
We gotta calm Klaus down.
Yeah.
Because he's already,
We need to drop the sound level in the area at this point.
I mean, we obviously already attracted this young one. What happens if, one of two things. The rest of his family's going to hear him, or they're going to come looking for him. So we better do something quick.
Yep. So
I say if we can't calm Klaus down, we also stuff his mouth with bandages.
yep, you can gag and bound both of them if you're so inclined.
Yeah. Let's do that.
If he won't shut up, then yeah, we're going to do that.
He's-
I'm going to take Waldman's talisman as well.
Okay. You can take it off of him, no problem. He won't fight you for
Yep.
it at this point.
I'd like to see what happens if we try to take the talisman off of this mutant.
Well,
Like-
you got him gagged and bound. He can't do anything more to it. So
Right.
you take it off of him. He comes off. I mean, he's the whole time, like while you're trying to curse obscenities at you, but he can't because he's gagged. So he's mumbling stuff, making noise.
Yeah, I figured I would just collect it to give it to his father.
Yeah, but I was curious whether if we took the one off of this young mutant, whether it might have any impact. Like, would he?
Yeah, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Can we just
We know-
pocket it for later?
Well, because we know the talisman's not. We know that the talisman's not religious in nature, but is it magical in nature?
You would have to make an incantation test, it says here, at... it's a challenging incantation test.
How to flip the fails instead of
Flip the fail,
sarcasters.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. Nah.
So now I see Freddy pulling off this talisman,
Yeah.
and I'm holding a talisman, and I'm like, "Mar." Since I failed the previous awareness, so I'm like didn't make that connection originally.
I'm gonna, unless somebody else has this. I think I'm gonna go for it.
Go right ahead. I'm not making any more rolls.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
You can't tell. You
I
don't
can't
have
tell.
any idea.
Okay.
I dangled the talisman in front of his face since Freddy just pulled off one that looks similar.
He's
Like-
he's struggling really bad when he sees him. He's like,
I thump him in the head with it just to like mess with him.
sure.
I just lean in. I'm just like, She took it off his dead mom, is that it? You sicko.
Oh, got it. Yeah, because that could have been off of Johanna. Johanna had that on. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I keep thinking that in the painting that she's wearing the talisman. Sorry.
No, it's draped over the painting instead.
It's over the painting, but, it is that like the...
Which I assume is hers. But...
It's also confusing. Okay. All right. So we got a grieving horse.
Klaus.
Who's bound? Klaus, not horse. A grieving Klaus who's bound and gagged here. We got this young mutant thingy bound and gagged. Now what?
Can Cork just start punching him in the leg?
Yeah. I mean, you just take a few shots at him. You're not doing any damage really at this point. You're just bruising him a little.
That's fine.
Okay, so here's the question is, we need to get to some place that we feel safe, that we can...
We need to get out of here. We've been had.
You think you're only a mere 30 yards or so from where you were going.
Which was to the cave?
To the ridge where you'd be able to look down over the camp.
Oh, got it. Okay. So
I think we should take this teen orc mutant thing with us as a marketing chip.
Okay.
Just leave that there. Klaus, we need to get the hell out of here.
Here's the thing. Here's the Freddy things. Okay. We need to... We can go and look over the ridge. We can look over the camp, but I don't necessarily want to take... I don't think we should take this young thing with us, because he could, do something or attract attention if he's up there on the ridge with us, right? Because we're talking about the ridge is only 30 feet away.
Leave him here. We are not taking him anywhere.
Or we move away elsewhere, someplace that's further away, and we friggin' time the tree, interrogate him, and leave him there, and then come back to the ridge.
Yeah.
I just don't want to approach.
Okay.
I'm worried about.
So you just find a tree and you tie him and Klaus to a tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fair. So you're a mountain of a man. You can pick both of them up and you can hold them there and get them all.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take one over each shoulder, and I'm gonna go
potatoes.
Like stack potatoes, and back and off to down a little bit, and tie them both to a tree.
Yeah.
And really make sure those knots are good.
Yeah, you're fine. You get them both secured.
All right. Now let's go and up. Let's go up to that ridge.
All right. So, you guys.
God, I wish I made that awareness check. I have no idea. I can't play with my brain's going. I know the answer.
All right. So you guys get up near the top. As you get up a little closer, you hear some rustling off in the trees as you're tying up the two, and you look over and you see a small group of about 2 or 3 what appear to be short, hunched over mutants that are walking on a path, not in your direction. They don't see you. They're heading off in a different way, but they've definitely come from up there ahead.
From the ridge?
Yeah, from up there on the ridge. They're not in your way, but you see that they come over and they pass not too far away. And you notice, you can't tell what they're saying. They're kind of muttering. They're heading off. Seems like maybe they're going on some sort of scout detail. You realize at this point you're going to have to be incredibly quiet if you're going to try to make the approach. So you're all going to have to start making a series of stealth checks. Each one will get you a little closer than the previous as they go up in difficulty until you no longer feel comfortable getting closer. So you're going to start at 30 yards out. The first one is going to be an easy plus 20 stealth check.
Oh, you said a plus 20 stealth check?
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy stealth.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Don't look at me like that.
Did no one make it? No. No one made it. Okay. So, everybody's going to take a d10 plus 1 peril. That's 9 incoming peril. If that's enough to move you down on the peril tree, move yourself down a step. That should put Cork at -2 skill ranks. Not that you have 2 skill ranks, so it's functionally the same as where you were already, just harder to heal it back up. The rest of you might be at imperiled now. Would you like to go any further, or would you like to make a hard awareness test?
I'm staying where I am.
Hard awareness.
Okay, so you're going for hard awareness, so go for the hard awareness check at this point.
Because I actually think I have a better dice pool for the hard awareness than the easy stealth, so. There you go.
Okay, so from where you're at without having to get any closer, you're able to look down into the encampment.
Excuse me.
You guys are up here on a ridge. I'm going to pull your tokens out.
Ooh, that's a fair amount of people.
You come up over the ridge just far enough. You're, at this point, getting concerned. You look down over the ridge and you see a small campfire. There's a cave. You see what you can only describe as orcs. Kind of pale green skin, very similar to the one you just captured, only these all look much more, they're bigger, they're older, they're more mature. Their faces are far more pig and snout-like. You see that they're surrounded by smaller mutants. They're sitting around, it looks like they're eating stew. There's like a cauldron pot of stew. You can smell it now that you're getting a little closer even. It doesn't smell actually too bad. You see sitting down there amongst the group one human female. Early 20s. Eating stew.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the daughter survived. All right. What is the icon next to her?
That?
No, to her right.
I don't see what other... This thing?
Oh, I'm seeing a circle with it's a fortune. It's the fortune thing. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
It just happened to be perfectly in a square lined up on my screen, so I thought there's an icon.
Emerging from the cave, you see an older woman in her 50s walks out, and they all stand and they all kind of give her a salute. And you all hear them say, "Mother, the war chief." She walks out. She dips another bowl of stew and hands it to another one of them as they run off to sit to eat. She yells over,
Is it this?
"Katerina, find your brother Gregor. He's wandered off again."
We need to go now. I am leaving. Just so you know, doesn't matter what the party decides to do at this point. I am grabbing my stuff and I am heading down the mountain. I have come here for exactly what they paid me to do. Not a penny more, not a penny less. I look out of here.
Okay. So you will need one stealth check. Because you had to make it to get in here. You have to make it to get back out. So it
Oh,
is.
I failed it to get here.
Well, yes, but it is still another stealth check. So this one again is at easy.
Do I have to make another one?
Yeah.
Because I failed that one.
we all
Yeah,
need to
everyone
make-
everyone has to make them to get back out. So
Okay, so
Still not. Because it's impossible for me to roll under 60.
yeah. All
you
right.
said easy stealth, right?
Yeah, you guys have more fails than successes. So you hear Katerina go, "Fine, Mother. I'll go find him. I think I hear him up here on the ridge anyway." And she starts heading your direction.
Come on.
So you guys are
There are no stealth. I'm just.
okay. So you guys take off. You guys take off running back down the path as quick as you can. As you're heading back down the path, you see another group down that other path where you saw the first one go, and this time you see one who's huge. He's heavily armored. He stands like 8 feet tall. He has a large chain wrapped around one arm that he's carrying over his shoulder, and he's giving commands to a couple of others, and you hear one of them say, "Gwar, it's this way to the cottage. Come." And they start leading him off towards what you can only assume is to head towards old Tom and Ursula's cottage. You start to realize there's patrols everywhere.
We gotta get the heck out of here, guys. We gotta get out.
You
of
get back to the
We
tree
gotta
where
go.
you have the boy and Klaus tied up, and Klaus is like,
Oh, Jack Klaus is hard like hand right in the face. No.
okay, we'll just see you knock Klaus out completely, and the orc boy, he's just laughing. He's like, "Ah, ah." You can tell through his mumble.
Jack him in the face.
You pop him too, and you could knock both of them out.
Ooh.
Freddy's gonna go ahead.
Man losing it, man.
So they're both knocked out, right? So Freddy's gonna go ahead and he's going to untie Klaus and toss him over his shoulder and
Okay.
bolt. He's out of there. Take him.
You guys are
Take him
leaving.
out.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You guys make your way back down the mountain in haste. You guys get back down towards the cottage in time to see it in flames.
Awesome.
You see that group of
Burn, baby, burn.
you guys, they're distracted. You see Guar's there. He says, "Now to the village of Vorberg. We feast on human flesh tonight. For the war chief."
And I am beelining it to Vorberg.
You guys make your way back to Vorberg without Waldman.
Yeah.
You,
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, you make your way back. You are let back in, and immediately Andre Kessler is the first who meets you. He notices immediately that Waldman is not there. Where's Waldman?
Get inside. Just get inside. We'll explain everything later.
Yeah, they let you inside. They get the thing.
Yeah.
Scout says there's smoke off to the east.
The cottage is burning. Waldman caught an arrow to the head.
How many are there?
There were at least 25 in the camp, and many patrols, so I would guesstimate maybe 45 total, and they sound like they want to come here right now.
They'll overrun the city.
It's that woman we met earlier, right?
What?
The woman that's leading the whole orc thing? That's
No,
the woman. No?
the wife of of Maximilian is who's leading this.
It's the woman. You saw it. It's the woman from the portrait.
From
She's
the painting.
older, but you can tell it's the woman from the portrait. It's Joanna
Yeah.
Steiger. That is
Joanna.
the war chief of this orcs horde.
And Katerina, the 8-year-old daughter who
The-
also.
Yeah, the young daughter who's now older
Okay.
is there.
I need to see Maximilian now.
You guys march your way to the Steiger house. Andre opens the door, and Bet comes running over. You can't just barge in here like that. She goes, "Oh, never mind."
I literally dismiss her. I just 3.5 feet tall, just like, get out of my way, woman, right now.
You march up there into the library study. Andre, as he walks up there and approaches the door, he no longer can hold back. You see he has tears streaming down his face.
I walk up to Maximilian's desk.
Maximilian and Horst are both sitting in there. And
I slam his
Both of them.
amulet onto the onto his desk. I am sorry, but right now we have about 45 orcs. Make sure that door is closed, and then look directly at him and go, "Your wife and your daughter are leading them."
His face sinks. Of course. You see Andre looks over. That's why they didn't hit any of the other towns.
This is personal.
That's why they were trying to stop or interfere with your wedding. And the dowry. Maximilian. What else have you not told us?
Well, I told you. We went out, we ran them off. They found the women and the children.
Yes, but you said they slaughtered
They
the
did.
women and children.
Bodies
I asked you.
everywhere. But I guess perhaps they may have taken some with them too.
You didn't
Well,
check? You didn't check?
They seem in charge, not slaves.
Well,
They call her mother. I grab the talisman and hold it in my hand again, and I'm just like, they were wearing these. And I drop it back in.
Maximilian reaches over and he picks one up. Where's Waldman?
He's dead.
Dead. He took an arrow to the head. There was nothing we could do.
You see,
I'm an old man. I couldn't carry him, otherwise I would have.
Maximilian breaks down.
Followed us out of the woods, and we had to carry him because he was still alive. Otherwise, we'd have brought his corpse.
Horst.
I wish we could have.
Horst is over there checking on Klaus. Oh, my dear boy. I'm glad he... What was he doing out there with you?
He snuck out and followed us.
His mother's worried sick about him.
Well, he's lucky to be alive. But we couldn't leave him there because we knew his fate would be sealed if we did.
Oh, this is all terrible. There's nothing we could do but to arm the walls. Prepare for them to lay siege to Vorberg. We'll have to defend the city.
Where's BB and Helena?
Downstairs.
Can I double check on them to see if they're all right?
There's a commotion downstairs with everyone's sudden entrance into the Steiger house.
You may decide. You may want to think about running.
We can't. They've already got eyes on the road to Swansea. You know this. You saw the Courages didn't make it. We'll never make it either. There's no going back to Swansea. We have to defend the walls. Andre, ready your men to the walls.
What a place to die.
It truly is a bitter harvest.
I don't think we ran far enough. We should have just dropped off Klaus at those gates and kept going.
So here you are back in Vorberg.
The center of all that sucks.
It's not too long after that you hear the cries of townspeople down below. What is that? What are they doing? You hear, look how many of them there are.
Oh. I'm going to go outside, and I want to see what direction if there's a horde there, and if the horde is all like gathered in one place.
You start to see they're not in one place. They're kind of all over. In a way, you find it slightly tactical. In a way, you find it slightly not tactical. Like it's kind of a strange move. It's like
they're going to be. They definitely don't want people to escape, but they're also not showing their strength.
Yeah. They're not exactly
hard walls.
They're not exactly organized. You do see that leading the charge is the large orc war boss Gwar, who's out there, and he's got several low orcs with him and a whole fleet of kobolds.
I slap Andre on the shoulder. I go, time for mourning later. Right now, that needs to die. That is the biggest problem here.
They're also...
Court, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'm not going to survive.
I was hoping that they were all in one spot because we were going to say we're going the other way out of town.
You get out to the edge of the wall and you look out over, and coming up the path behind Gwar, you see Joanna Steiger, and she is walking, carrying the dead body of Waldman. Standing next to her is the young orcs that you knocked out and had tied to a tree. He's back conscious, still bruised up from where you punched him, and he's got his bow and arrow, and he's limping alongside his mother. On the other side of her is their daughter. She sets Waldman's body down. You hear her scream, "Another one of your failures, husband! Now your whole city will burn for what you've done."
Not if she burns first.
Well, I'm not a spellcaster, so I can't make her burn.
You see Gwar and a team of low orcs run over with choppas in hand and begin to beat on the palisade doors.
I look at the people on the wall. We shooting arrows at this?
They're firing arrows down. There's arrows going both directions. There's not a lot of arrows coming back up at you. There's a few though that kind of rain up over the walls a bit because they're armed with arrows. They've been using them predominantly. So those little kobolds. I got some arrows. They're firing. Yep. They're firing a bunch in. You see Maximilian kind of looks. He's like, these walls aren't going to stand long against those orcs.
Yeah.
Our best chance, get a few of us. Let's get us into the shrine.
Do we have oil?
There might be some over the cowardly orcs. They'd use it for the lanterns there. Horst is like, I'm on it. And he takes off running over that direction. You see their people in town are starting to panic. They're all getting inside their homes, everything they can. They're kind of batting things down a bit. The few people that are armed are up there on the walls. You see people falling off the walls dead. You hear the constant thudding and hammering at the palisade doors.
So at this point, Freddy is having some regret at not having brought back the captive as well, because I feel like
I told you
bargaining that could have been done. I brought back the wrong body, or should have brought both.
Yeah, to me it was like, well, we got two short people. There's no way we could carry both of them. So,
but do we still have the opportunity to bargain?
Can you help? Can you help them with the oil?
Is there any source of like fire?
They got torches around.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is my theory: is we're going to soak the ground in front of the when they break in and drop a torch on it.
I was thinking we could make like fiery cocktails, like the Molotov, like the explosive.
They're called
alcohol
bottle
thing.
bombs, and it takes apothecary to do it.
Yeah.
I have one bottle bomb.
Yeah, there's one. I know we have one in the group somewhere.
I have one bottle bomb.
Maximilian Steiger says, "Go fight at the walls if you wish. I'm going to see the pastor. It's time to start fortifying up that building. It's the only one that's not flammable. It's the only one that won't burn." And he makes his way over there towards the...
Yep. I want to help Horst set up my plan for oil and see if we can set a fire at the entrance. After that, I'm going to help fortify the temple.
So Horst comes over with the oil. He drops it off. You notice he sticks to Maximilian, and they head inside the temple. And you see Pastor Wilhelm. He comes to the door. He's like, "What's going on?" "Oh, the day of reckoning has finally come."
Somebody chop that guy's head off.
What do you mean, Pastor?
"Oh, it's finally come full circle. They finally have come back. Oh, it's my fault. I didn't get back in time. If only I had been quicker." Oh, and he runs into his chambers and grabs a bottle on the way and shuts the door. And you see Maximilian gets in, and they start putting pews up against the door, and it's the three of you and Maximilian and Horst, and they barring everybody else from getting in.
After setting up the oil, I give Andre the torch and like inside.
Yeah.
All I can. Be like, all right,
Yep.
here you go.
Andre's in there with you.
Andre's in there.
Yeah.
Give some minion, like, if they break down that door, set this on fire.
You see they run off with it. You hear clattering of arrows sprinkling around out, some of them hitting the walls, the stone walls of the shrine of the God Emperor. You hear the cries of orcs on the outside and chants as they're beating on the door.
Is it only one floor or two floors, or
It's one floor. You would assume that there might be it's because it's kind of a squarish kind of round. It's kind of a round, like, pillarish sort of building that you think there might be a top.
Huh.
If you were to try to climb up to it.
Yeah, I mean, gotta shoot some arrows or do something, because
Right.
just standing here is always the eventuality of death.
As you're making your way up to the little spiral staircase to take you up there to the top, you hear the gates crash. And you hear roar, and you hear the streets begin to flood, and people cry as they're being slaughtered in the streets. You hear one of the men's folks say, "To the Steiger house! Barisils in the Steiger house!" And you hear people tromping and run in that direction. You can hear fires being set.
Are they going after Helena?
What?
Are they going to go after Helena?
Mm-hmm.
They're going after the house. They're definitely going to go after Helena.
I run after the house, like to the house.
You're gonna leave the shrine.
Yes.
You start to try to pull away the barricades, and Maximilian looks at you. He's like, "What are you doing?"
Where's your second wife?
"They're barricaded up in my home.
Sure.
It's suicide to try to run there now."
It's suicide to stay here. I just...
As a boy.
Right, you want to try to make a run for it?
Yes.
You slip out of the temple, and you attempt to make a run over there. I need you to roll a d10 plus your movement.
15.
15?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. More orcs have a movement of
45.
7.
They're very good sprinters.
14. So, you are being chased by some low orcs. By a low orc and a kobold. And you are currently outpacing them. It'll take you one more round of beating them. You're only ahead by 1. So another D10 plus your movement, and if you beat them this round, you will make it to the house before they do. So that's an 11. 9 plus 7. They catch you. We are going to enter a combat.
If I die, I'm dying with honor, okay?
That's a fair way to go.
Yeah, no, that's...
Now they have caught you, so you are going to start in melee. I'm just going to take Georgie off of here. And a kobold. These are the two that catch up to you as you're making your way over there. You two are currently at ranged, as you see. You're back there at ranged. We still have initiative trackers from earlier because initiative never changes in Zweihander. It's always the same. We're going to take Klaus off there. The enemies will just remain at 11. So, Cork, you do get to go first. You have 3.
Wait. Oh, go ahead.
You
Sorry.
have 3 AP. Now, we haven't used combat yet this game, so this will be a little bit of a first for you. Under combat actions there's a handout that says combat actions. You have 3 AP. 1 can be used for an attack, 1 can be used for moving, 1 can be used for special actions, and you also could do perilous stunts, or you can bank 1 to parry if you're afraid you're going to get attacked. So you get to pick which 3 of those things you kind of want to do.
Can I attack them before they attack me?
You can make 1 attack. You can pick which one of the targets you like.
Sorry, and that was the... Which one was the parry again?
A parry is you bank an AP in case you get attacked, and then you get a parry attempt to not get hit.
Okay. Can I do a martial melee?
No. You don't have
No?
a martial weapon. Yours are simple melees, simple weapons. If you just go to your Talents and Trappings page, I have your weapons already loaded. All you have to do is click the button, and it will do everything else for you. That's a critical success, so you get to do double damage.
Woohoo!
Nice.
So roll 2d6 plus your combat bonus. What kind of weapon are you using? Do you know? Let me look at your sheet. I'll look at your sheet and I'll tell you. I'm pretty sure you're using either the staff or the dirk. Are you using the dirk?
Yeah, I'll use the dirk.
The dirk is a finesse weapon, so you don't add your combat bonus, you add your agility bonus, because it's an agile weapon. So
Okay.
your 2d6s plus whatever your AB is on your sheet.
So that'd be +5, right?
Yep. Which is better than your combat bonus, which is why I was asking. So, all right, so you do 9. Which one were you attacking, the kobold or the orc?
The orc.
Okay, so the low orc has a damage threshold of 8, so you do 1 damage to him. All right, you have a second AP. What would you like to do for your second AP?
Can I do another simple...
Nope. You
Nope.
get 1 attack around.
Okay. What else can I do again?
There's a group,
Movement or parry.
there's a group
Or
called
movement
Perilous
parry.
Stunts. Perilous Stunts are crowd control. They're actions you can do that will put a status effect or something on your opponent. So you could attempt to do one, like you can attempt to do a guile check that will do dirty tricks that'll blind them. It's basically pocket sand. You throw pocket sand in their eyes and they're blind. You can do a takedown maneuver, a coordination that'll take them down to the ground so they're prone.
Can I try and blind them?
You can blind one of them. You can only do one at a time, but you can pick a target.
I'm gonna do the kobold this time.
You're gonna do what?
I'm gonna aim for the kobold.
Okay, so you look at the kobold, and you're gonna throw some pocket sand in his face.
Yep.
So make a guile check. Another critical success. Wow. So he cannot parry. He is blinded. And he will have a penalty. Okay, so you have blinded him, and you have 1 AP left. Would you like to bank it in case you get attacked?
Yeah.
Okay. It is Cork. That was Freddy. You're inside the temple. You are a good ways away from where she's ran to, because she took 2 rounds of running to try to get to the Steiger house before she got caught. You don't really have a ranged weapon, so there's not too much you can do from here unless you're going to flee and run to get into the combat with her. Or are you going to stay in the safety of the temple and watch her die?
I'm going to stay in the safety of the temple.
Okay. Bingo, you were already en route to the roof. So this round we'll say you are now up on the roof where you do have vantage point to there. You will be considered at long range, so you will have a minus 20 to your range increments. Your eagle eye turns medium to short where you have no penalty, but long range is still minus 20.
Okay.
So it's a hard shot from there, but you can affect combat by using your AP to shoot from where you're at, with little risk of being retaliated on from where you are.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why it's a great shot.
That's why it's a great shot. Critical fail. Because of the minus 20, you're at critical fail range there, unfortunately.
Yep.
So critical fail, your Arbalest is going to jam. And you take 8 peril. So that might bump you down
Yeah, that's...
down a minus 1 rank.
I'm done now. Right.
So you're gonna have to spend a round making a tradecraft roll, or actually, I'll let you use a melee roll. I'll let you use martial ranged to fix your martial ranged weapon.
It doesn't matter since I go to minus 1 skill and now I can't use my weapon.
Oh, because you flipped a fail with it because you're too terrified. Oh yeah, well, all right. So there goes that, I guess. That'll bring us to the enemy's turn. The first enemy, the low orcs, he is not blinded. The kobold is blinded and is going to have to spend this turn unblinding himself. So he's going to just make a coordination check to try to... And he fails. So he is going to be at a hard difficulty to attempt to swing at you. He's kind of swinging wildly. Oh, though, that's good enough to hit. Would you like to use your parry now?
Yes.
Okay, so on your Talents and Trappings page, right above your health bar, which is going to be important to find in a second, you're going to see a parry button. You can click that, and then the confirm box, and it'll put your parry right there on the screen. Ooh, that's not going to do it. So you take 5 plus... Where's Cobalt at? You take 9 damage. Now, looking at your damage track, not your peril track, you'll see a similar set of boxes. And we need to see how many 9 does to you. Do you see what you're looking at?
Yep.
So Talents and Trappings page. 9 is the second box. It doesn't beat 9, so you only take 1. So what I do is I mark your token here with the red dot. So that's the first health level. So mark yourself down to the first one's a free when it's lightly wounded. It doesn't do much. After this level, if you take any more, we have to start checking for injuries. So you'll see how that works in a second. The low orc, however, is going to take his turn. He's going to start with a perilous stunt to do a takedown on you. So he's going to roll coordination. And he fails. I'm going to spend a misfortune, because I have them, to re-roll that.
feel like you don't like me, man.
I like you. This is just how the game's played. Oh, he still fails at that coordination. He's not able to get you to the ground, so he's going to go ahead and use his AP to attack you. If he had got you to the ground and you failed your coordination, he would do double damage because you're prone. So I was going for kill shots on you, but instead, we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's a hit. You don't have any more to parry with, so that's going through. So he goes ahead and he rolls a d6. Low orcs have... Does he have a choppa? Oh, he does have a choppa. It is vicious.
Can I start crying now? I'm like...
4 plus his combat's a 5. That's a 9. I'm going to explode this die and make it a 6 using another misfortune, because you guys have fed me misfortune for a couple of game sessions. So that's going to make that a 6 plus 4. It's a 10, and I get to re-roll the 6 again. For 14. That should be enough to do 2 more levels to you. And that puts you down to seriously wounded. So this is a vicious weapon, so it gets an extra d6 to check for injury. I'm going to roll 2d6 for serious plus 1 for the vicious weapon. If any of them come up a 6, we're going to do an injury and find out what kind of injury you sustained. So this is not damage, this is just checking for injury. There are no injuries. I'm going to spend another misfortune to make one a 6, so we're going to do an injury. So to page 365 we go. Because that's where the injuries live.
It's not even a reroll, it's just a free shot.
If you give me misfortune and I get to use it, I just start spinning it and it just happens. So you're on the serious injury table. You get the fate is in your own hands. I need a D100 roll, and we'll see what your injury is that you have sustained from this low orc's choppa attack. D100. 26. You have a fractured larynx. Until fully recuperated, you must succeed at a scrutinized test to speak. So this choppa, this big war axe, comes crushing down on your throat and just crushes your voice box. You can't speak unless you make a scrutinized test to do so. You can't even yell for help.
Hey, Freddy, that means we hear her scream when she dies.
That's so brutal. It's so brutal, but it's so true. Oh, shit. Somebody clip that, please. All right, so we're at the top of the order, Court. What would you like to do with your 3 AP?
Run, and run?
Yeah.
The run is a 2 AP action. Actually, it's a 3 AP action. You will move a full distance, but they get attacks of opportunity as you leave.
If I die, I die. I run.
Okay. The first one will take his opportunity swing. No, that's a miss. The other will take his, the low arc. Oh, that's a hit. Boom, you take 10 more. That's another level.
Whoa.
That's grievously wounded. Let's check for a grievously injury now. That's 46 coming in, because grievous is 1 level higher than serious. Oh, we got a grievous injury. Roll a D100. I didn't even have to spend a misfortune for this one. Now, this is the might kill you injury table, just so you know. 36. You have a maimed foot. Guess what you won't be able to do now?
Run.
Yeah. Until fully recuperated, you cannot use any weapon with encumbrance value of 2 or more as you're in pain. You must undergo a successful surgery or suffer the consequences. Once a maimed foot has undergone a failed surgery, you lose 1d6 minus 1 toes. For every toe lost, you permanently lose 1% brawn. If you lose all your toes, you gain the veteran's boot drawback. If you already had this drawback, you permanently lose 9% brawn. So good news is you can still run, believe it or not.
Yeah.
You can't use any
You're like
weapon.
pushing the pain.
Yeah, you're just in an extreme amount of pain as you run. So you make your run action. That will move you to range from them. as you have made it past reach and into ranged. This kobold on his... Okay, it is Bingo's turn. Are you going to do anything, Bingo?
I think I peed myself a little bit.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna go back downstairs.
Okay. You take your move to go back downstairs.
Yeah.
Is Freddy still holding tight in the sanctuary with Maximilian?
Wait, Bingo, where are you at?
Bingo's just coming back from the roof.
Yeah, I was on the roof. I was trying to shoot, but I got scared, and so now I can't play the game. Like shoot. My skills like. I need a nap really bad.
So you're coming back downstairs to where I'm at?
Yep.
Yep.
We're joining you.
Okay.
I got my spear and my simple melee.
And so,
Quark, are you running back to us, or are you running to the Steiger
She's
house?
closer to the house, so
Yeah.
Okay.
she's trying to get to the house.
yeah.
Sounds
So
good.
Freddy's going to turn to Bingo and say, you know, I know when a day is done and that deal's not going the way it needs to. So we got a couple choices right now. And looks around, and is Maximilian in earshot?
Yeah, he's standing there. It's a small shrine. It's not very big. Like I said, there's only room for a handful of people in here.
So, Freddy kind of turns to Bingo and says, I know I'm a big man. All I've got is, this weapon. There's a lot of them out there. We're outnumbered. What do you say we see if we can get the heck out of here and go find a new employer? To be
yeah, this is dead men don't pay. Everybody here is dead.
Alright, you're gonna leave Cork behind? Alright.
So,
no.
as Cork tries to make a break for it, the little kobold is going to pass his toughness check, hopefully.
Yeah, well, we don't know.
He
So
does.
we don't know. We don't know.
And he's going to fire an arrow that's going to strike. You get 1 AP. No, you did a run action, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have any AP left to dodge with.
Mm-mm.
So that arrow is going to strike.
Bye, guys.
Oh,
We'll miss
maybe
you.
not. Yep. Yeah. That's going to be it. Cork catches an arrow in the back. Do you have a fate point?
I do.
Oh, yeah, you do a
All
fate
right.
point.
You can spend that fate point. You'll still be alive.
You might as well, because you don't get to use the fate point after this either way.
Yeah.
So does the low orcs have any ranged attacks? Does he have a javelin? If he does, he might be able to throw it. Otherwise, you're going to make it to the house barely alive.
You're running the wrong way.
And barely alive is still better than dead.
Oh, wait. No. You don't have armor.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So because you are not wearing a suit of armor and you sustained an injury, you are now bleeding to death. What is your BB score?
My BB score?
Yes. Your
BB.
bronze bonus next to your bronze score.
That would be under skills and attributes.
Yep. You have a brawn rating, and then there's the box there next to it, the big box.
Probably like a 2.
It's probably not much.
I'm sorry, I still don't see it.
Here, I can look at it real fast. I can.
Brawn, and then there's a circle with your stat number, and then just to the right of it is a big square.
You have a 3.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So you got injured on the low orcs' turn. You have 3 turns, not rounds. 3 turns for someone to apply a bandage to stop the bleeding. So the low orc injured you, and then it was your turn to run. So that's 1. Bingo is 2. So if Freddy or Bingo doesn't run out there to try to bandage you, you're going to get to the Steger door just as you bleed out.
Well, we couldn't get there anyway.
You couldn't have got there. So you're going to get to the door and collapse on the front door of the Steiger house, dying from bleeding out because you're not wearing armor.
Bye, guys. I'll miss you. And Freddy, I'm going
doesn't the fate fix that or no?
Yeah, I mean, she can spend the fate point to avoid the arrow, or she can spend the fate point to avoid the bleeding. But do you have 2 fate points?
No,
because you didn't take a drawback. See, if you had took a drawback when we did character creation, you have 2 fate points. You could avoid both for a round. But
didn't I do a drawback with like the bad nose?
Yeah, you did. So you should have 2 fate points.
Okay, so yeah, I'll use both to avoid both.
Okay, so you stave off the bleeding for a round. So you get to the Steiger door still alive without fate points left to save you next round.
Yeah, but maybe the women can help you.
And you're gonna beat on the door and have to try to make a skill test to convince someone to open that door to let you in.
Ugh.
So that'll bring us to. There really isn't much else to do at this point, except decide what the people in the temple are now going to do. All right, if you want, go ahead, Cork, and finish this. Go ahead and make some kind of skill test. I don't care if it's charm, bargain. It's gonna be challenging to get anyone to open the door to let you in with all these orcs ransacking the town.
I'm going to use bargain.
Okay. You made it. So they open the door. BB opens the door, and she grabs you and yanks you in, and they reclose it. And there are a couple of the other menfolk there helping like rebar everything up, and they see that you're just bleeding out. Do you have a bandage on you?
I don't think so.
Then we have
we grabbed the several bandages from the.
Yeah, but I don't know who had them on them. But in that case, it's chaos bandage time. Who were you carrying the bandages by chance, Cork?
No.
Check your inventory.
No.
Well, I mean, we didn't put them in the inventory, but I figured we got them at the hut. I figured we just handed them out.
So 1 each?
Yeah.
Okay, you got 1 bandage on you.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a heal check with Bet.
If I die, I am haunting.
Hey, 20G,
Freddy.
Christopher.
She staunches your bleeding. You're grievously wounded. You still have 2 injuries. So
But you ain't dead.
You're not dead.
Yet.
You're out of fate points. Those of you
Don't
inside
worry.
the temple, what would you like to do at this point?
Well, this game does not have pistols, so doing this before the
Actually, this game does have pistols, you just don't have one.
which is close enough. So, are there windows on this building at all?
Yeah, I would assume there's probably stained glass.
Okay.
And where is Mother at this time?
You can't see her from where you're at because you board up the door and the windows are all stained glass, so you can't see outside. You can hear the orcs starting to run through the streets. You hear doors being shattered. You hear the wood cracking. You hear fires being set. You hear people screaming.
Okay. I'm going to take the back end of my spear, a piece of stained glass,
Okay.
so I can look outside, and I want to see if there are currently any orcs or anything around us.
Yeah. You see there's groups heading your guys' direction to start beating on the barricade door.
The closest one, I'm gonna go. You mother screws pigs! You fucker! And then I'm gonna take the spear, sharp point to you, and wait for him to look at me.
Okay. Are you going for dirty tricks? You going to call that a dirty trick? Go for a
Yeah,
guile.
let's
Go
do-
for a guile check for dirty trick. Because if so, he won't be able to parry.
Why not, right? Guile, huh? There's Guile, a standard, right?
Yep.
Guile. Nope.
Oh, critical
fail. Sound like a sucker. Please don't come to this hole because I have a stick.
18 peril. What you see out there terrifies you. How far does that push you down?
Because I stopped 6 of it. Is that the deal?
No.
How does this work?
Just count how many of those boxes that the number 18 goes over. Because it's 2d10 plus 2.
How many boxes what goes over?
On your peril thresholds. So, if I look at your sheet, you've got 6, 12, 18, 24. So, what did I roll again? An 18?
Yeah,
so
I go to...
2 more levels of peril, put you down to 3 skill ranks.
Oh, dude.
You look out there and you go to say something clever, and what you see terrifies you. Because you critically failed saying it.
I'm like...
I'm going to let you guys take a moment to have a plan. I got to step out for just a second. I'll be right back.
I'm going to look at Freddy and just say, we're fucked. That's the wittiest thing I can say.
I know if Cork dies, she is haunting Freddy, so thank you, Freddy, for not helping.
You took off by yourself to the house. Just took off by yourself to the house. That was your decision to do so. If Freddy
could have followed, okay?
And then died right next to Cork.
Alright, the only place Freddy is ready to run right now is for the friggin' exit of this village.
Yeah, and it's chaos. There's nothing. We can't go anywhere.
Believe me, every time that he kept saying that you kept running, I was thinking you were running back towards us. So I was like, oh, if you're bleeding up, well, I was waiting for you. I was like, okay, if she comes back this way, then we bust out. I'll snatch up her body and run. And I was like going to throw you over my shoulder and run with you when you got back to where we were at. I wasn't going to run the house and die there.
Yeah, like that ain't happening.
No.
Because it'd take you 3 rounds to do that. 3 different actions just to get that far.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta say, it's like Freddy, as a businessman, not so much a fighter.
Right.
And so when he's just going, can't we just talk about this? Can we fight?
Cork's a medieval feminist, okay?
Oh my gosh.
So I'm thinking the only way we're surviving this is throwing Maximilian out.
Yeah. I gotta say, that's why I want to know where Mother was. Is that can we just basically, because I am strong enough to overpower him, and you know what? I don't think the pastor's going to be too concerned about it. So.
And the other guy's a hireling, so we might be able. We unfortunately won't be able to buy him though.
I think Pastor William's going to be like, you know.
But
what have you guys decided?
But we have. Just remember, he has 2 allies in this room.
Pastor, well, no, who?
No, not the pastor. Horst, and the sellsword, Adrian. And Adrian will kick up both of our arses, I'm sure.
Yes, but Andre, let me ask this though.
Question. Are there still turnips around?
No.
Gong City.
Damn it.
Did Andre have a relationship with Waldman?
Assumably,
seems
yeah.
like maybe.
Okay. So, indirectly, Maximilian is responsible for the death of Waldman.
If you want to try to pitch that to Andre, you could.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Have that. We could
What
use
kind
the
of skill
ally.
would you like to do that with?
What was the question?
What kind of skill are you going to use?
I am going to use... I've got bargain and guile.
You're not really lying.
No, I'm not. I've got bargain, guile, rumor. That's not guile. I'm not lying. It's a bargain, right?
It really is more charm, is really what it is at this point.
Okay.
It's probably more charm if I had to guess. Or
Now,
leadership. I could also see leadership in a way. But I think charm is really, where this is going to fall.
All right.
I was trying to think of how else you could do it, but I think charm is at the end of the day is going to be what it is.
That he can do that.
We're just going to leave this at standard because Andre's going to be really torn between his duty and what you're telling him. So I'm going to leave this just at standard.
All right. But I think that's a really good point Bingo made is... Damn it. Wrong way, right?
Yeah, you didn't quite make it. You're talking to him, and all that happens is that Andre kind of lowers his sword, and he's just like stuck, like unsure at this point of what to do. There's orcs starting to beat on the door to the temple where you're hiding out. There's orcs beating on the door to the Steiger house. You see the wood, the door starting to splinter while you're laying there, being bandaged with your missing toes, where the end of your foot got chopped off trying to run.
Who?
That's
Bingo?
Court. No,
Oh,
Court.
that's Court. 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 Okay. Yeah.
We're gonna need a plan.
Yep. Oh no! Bingo's gone missing. He invisible.
Well, what can I do?
You're in bad shape. There is not much you can do right now. You're...
All right. So here's what I think. Here's what I would think we should try to do. I mean, Andre. So Bingo, while you're stepped away, I didn't succeed, but Andre does seem to be questioning what's going on. Also, the other person in there with us is Horst, right?
Right.
Horst.
Yeah, Horst. I'm going to turn to Horst and say, Horst, you moved here. Horst, was he here more than 12 years ago?
Oh yeah, Horst was...
Yeah, he was part of the original fighting force.
Horst, do you want this to happen again? Do you want to lose Lieslet? Do you want to look at Klaus almost got killed coming to try to help, to be a man? Be a man and step. It's time to end this treachery that Maximilian has done in this village. And I'm going to use...
He looks at Maximilian. He says, "There won't be any bargains made with him this time, old friend."
What bargain did you make?
We never scared off those orcs, did we, Maximilian?
Oh, God.
That's why all this is happening now, isn't it? We never scared off those orcs. We told them where they'd find them.
What the...
Maximilian just takes his flintlock pistol out. He backs up into a corner, kind of waving it around. We did what we had to save this town.
Yep, and now you're gonna kill it. It's all good because of you.
We grieved. No one wanted to have to lose all the women and children like that. But Wilhelm didn't make it in time. He isn't going to make it back. We didn't have a choice. You see, about that time, Pastor Wilhelm, he comes out of his study, drenched, and what appears to be some sort of hard alcohol. You can just feel it wafting off of him. A torch in his other hand. He takes off running towards the stairs that leads to the roof.
That's one problem resolved.
Pretty soon, you hear him yell, "Never again!" And you hear his fiery body land on some orcs outside the door. You hear it all out there, like some of them are on fire. The front door of the stone temple, you can feel flame on the outside of it.
Open the door. Let's get the heck out of here. Bingo.
There's orcs out there. Where are we going?
Let's open the door and okay.
There's orcs right out there.
All right, let's go upstairs and yell, Harley, get mother, get over and say, what you seek is here. What you seek is here.
Okay.
You know?
You guys take Maximilian to the roof. You're gonna have to do something to disarm him. He's gonna take one shot at whichever one of you approaches him first.
I will try to grapple him and tie him up.
Okay, so do a perilous stunt for chokehold.
Okay, how do I do that?
It's under combat actions.
Under combat actions. Okay.
You have chokehold is an athletics test, and he resists athletics.
Okay. So.
Can I try to while he tries to grab his throat? I'm gonna try to kick out his leg.
Okay, so you're gonna do a takedown. So you're gonna roll coordination for a takedown while she rolls for a chokehold.
Okay, I'm sorry. So where am I rolling it from? My sheet or
just
from
your sheet? Yeah, just your sheet. You're gonna roll a athletics. Athletics is a skill. You'll find it on there. You just rolled it as an attack.
It's under brawn.
It's under brawn.
Oh, there we go. Okay, roll athletics.
You got your coordination to do a takedown on him, and Freddy goes for athletics.
So standard.
Yep.
Standard.
Standard. Yep. You guys got him cornered. It's not. You're just in regular combat at this point.
No mods. Okay.
And you got him as well. So
yes.
You get him down to the ground. He is on the ground. That makes his attack action hard. So he's going to take a hard shot at Freddy because you're the bigger target.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be good enough, though. You can make a dodge if you have an AP, so make a dodge. Well, actually, it's a firearm. You can't dodge a firearm. So. Oh, look at that crap roll, though. Oh, wait, no, it's gunplay. It explodes on a 1 or a 6, so we get to roll it again. So 4 plus 4, that is 8 damage. So look at your damage threshold chart. Now left.
That's. So I just go down 1.
Yeah, so you're just lightly wounded. You take it to the shoulder. It's not gonna kill you. It just hurts like hell. But his pistol's done. He only gets 1 shot, and then it's done. You guys have him on the ground, restrained. There isn't anything else. You just took one, taking him down to the ground and getting him choked out. So you got Maximilian down there. You got him on the ground. You'll have him. You can get him choked out at this point. Yep. He's unarmed. Andre Kessler's just standing there, mortuary sword up against the door, trying to hold back the shreds of the doors. It's catching fire, and there's the choppa axes are chopping through it. He's like, "Get up to the roof! Do whatever you're gonna do! Do it now!" And Horst is just standing there with his hands
out.
Like, just spare me. He says, "Spare me."
Drag Maximilian up there.
We have no quarrel with you, Horst. Help hold the door while we.
He holds the door and lets you up to the roof. You take.
Hold the door! Hold the door!
Hold the door! You make your way up to the roof, and you see Katerina and Gregor, the young orcs boy, and Joanna make their way over there, and you see one of the orcs turn and says, "War Chief, flesh to be eaten," and you see they're picking up pieces of the burned monk, and one of them's taking a bite out of like his leg, and they're looking up there at the roof. She pats one of them on the shoulder, and she says, "Eat up, my child. There'll be more soon enough." And she looks up there at the roof.
Here you go, salesperson. You get it on. Get that bargain rolling.
Joanna looks up there. Just like the civilized, always willing to sell off their own to save their own hides.
Johanna, yes, I could see how you might see it that way, but we were presented an offer. We are mere tradesmen and such. Had we known, we would never have done business with this. And I'm kind of shaking a bit because I'm pissed. I'm injured. Never would we have done this.
When I met him,
you have what you want.
He was a swindler, a cheap jack. I've heard honeyed words from your kind before. Ask me where it got me.
Where did it get you?
Sold. Sold off by my own husband. All the women and children of this town, most of them didn't survive. Slaughtered and eaten by the Orc war horde under Big Boss One Eye. I survived only because I was his favorite concubine. He allowed me and my daughter to live. I had to bear him a son, Gregor.
Which I allowed to live.
Yes. Why, yes. We have met.
Gregor looks up there and goes, "That's the man who punched me."
Yes.
And I was going to do a lot worse, but I'm a much nicer man than apparently you are as you are butchering people.
Yes, Johanna, I understand this, being a tradesman as well, but I would never deal it with inhuman. And I say inhuman. Today we are learning who the true monster is. And it's not those amongst you. Would you agree?
You want to give me the head of my husband? Is that what you propose to do?
We will give you. We will give you. Hand him over to him. To hand him over to you to do what you must with him. You see that we we did not kill your son. All of this seems to be a result of Maximilian's own survival. We ask only that you allow my comrade and I here to pass, and for us to perhaps save another daughter from the house who unwillingly, unknowingly was entered into marriage, and at the same time also gather our comrade in whatever state our comrade is. That is all, and we will leave.
She looks up at Maximilian, who's still conscious. She says, "Is this how you did it too? When you spoke to Big Boss One Eye? Did you say, just let me and Horst and Truman live? Take the rest? Oh, maybe we'll save the monk too if he makes it back. Is this how you negotiated it, Maximilian? When you sold the rest of us out? Is that what you would have them do now?"
I wouldn't call this selling anybody out. You're already killing us all. It's not like we told you to come here.
And Freddie says, "Why? I can only ask for my own party. What you do, this village. Obviously, you have connections here. We have no say in what decision you decide with the rest of the villagers. One would hope you would not be taking the lives of young innocents, such as Klaus, who can't fend for himself without his parents. But that's all your decision to make. We only ask that you let us take our leave with our party. And
We are outsiders. We wanted none of this to begin with.
An arduous bargain check.
Mm. Come on, you can do it. Roll a 3. Come on, roll a 3.
Okay, now let's see. Get over here. Where am I? Oh. Why am I like, okay, should I be on skills and attributes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Skills attributes.
Okay. Oh, there we go. And you said
Set yourself to arduous.
Arduous.
Yeah.
Arduous.
Arduous bargain. Now, you have some bargain traits, I think, for talents. Did you take any of those talents?
I have, you mean as in, do I have a red dot next to it?
Yeah. Do you have a... Let me look at your sheet. I want to make sure we get this right before you roll. So, Frederick,
Okay.
It's like
you
all the
have...
special skills I have for crossbow. You should have some for bargain.
You have incredible numeration, grease the wheels. Grease the wheels, I think, is going to let you re-roll this once.
Okay,
You can
got it.
re-roll a bargain and take the new result. So you get to roll this once. If you don't like the result, you get to try a second time. You don't
Got
have any. You don't have any of the. You took mostly skills, so you don't have the talents that give you like a +10 if you're dealing with someone of a different social class or anything like that. You don't have those yet because you haven't purchased them.
Will that allow her to re-roll a critical? Fail.
Yes, a critic. Yes, she gets to roll twice per
So
bargain.
my suggestion would be roll. If you fail, burn a fortune, excuse me. If that fails and critical fails, then use that.
Hold on.
Okay.
Go back to the left screen. You guys do
Alright,
have one
so-
fortune left.
Okay, so I'm going to
We
bargain.
should have gotten 3 fortune back because you've
Oh yeah,
used
that's
3
right.
misfortune on.
That's right. Yeah, hold on. I forgot to
Yeah,
mark them
no-
off though because we were on the other
Okay.
screen where I couldn't mark them. So
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm going to roll an arduous bargain.
you are correct. Arduous bargain.
Come on.
Oh nope.
Damn it.
So
Okay.
you're gonna do your free reroll and then do the fortune one after that.
Oh wow! Hold on. You got to roll a 4 or less.
Yes, roll less than a 4. Yeah.
What?
Because
Oh,
you're a
good.
34 fellowship. You have too much peril, so you're not getting anything to bargain, and you're at -30 for arduous, so you have a 4% chance, but you get 3 rolls to do it using a fortune.
All
Also.
right.
I mean,
so I'm going to do another one, and this one will be using my free
Uh-oh.
roll.
we just lost the nerd. She's gonna mess
Yes.
it over.
Back.
So,
Oh, there
Don't
she
die
is.
on us yet! Don't die on us yet! We're trying to make sure.
hey, tell me your handle.
There she's back.
Okay.
So,
Oh, there
Don't
she
die
is.
on us yet! Don't die on us yet! We're trying to make sure.
hey, tell me your handle.
There she's back.
Sorry. My phone is acting up.
Uh-oh. What just happened? Hello?
Hello.
Okay. All right. That was
This
2,
is-
and that was even worse.
It's just... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
All
no
right.
good.
So we're gonna
Well, we're going to go to the
do-
live roll 20 screen here to see the last roll because our interfaces are now all worked up. So
Are you ready?
let's see it. Last chance.
One more.
No,
Oh, no.
no, it's a. Oh, hey, it's still all messed up. I don't know. She keeps hopping back in and out. Oh well.
Yep.
I'll just leave it here for now. So Joanna just looks up there and she just says, "You're all the same. Conmen, swindlers. Sell each other's hides to save your own. Fine. I'll let you and your short little friend there walk out the gate. Put your ally, the women and children, inside of Steiger's house, my house. Put your ally, the women and children, Oh, somebody's got a mic on that I can
Decided
hear
to stay
myself.
his house, my house. Put your out.
They belong to me now. If I do not feed my warband, and if I do not give them what they desire, they'll turn on me.
So you are willing to make that bargain as well. I see you are no different than you try to act like you are better than us. Don't give me your pity word, your honeyed words, woman.
She looks over, she says, Gwar. Kill them all. And the big, large orc makes his way over.
Alright, well, we're upstairs.
There you go, you mouthy.
Dude, she wants to stand on some high ground? Hell no! I'm gonna roll 25 times under 10 in this next combat, and I'm gonna walk out with Guar's head in my hand, and I'm gonna beat her to death with it. That's how this combat's gonna go. Let's do this.
All right. So here we
Feel
go.
it.
Maximilian, Andre
Beauty,
Kessler.
you missed it, Beauty. We were that close. She was going to let Bingo and I walk out, and he just went off on her. Now we're all done. Go to
Yeah, I just killed us.
You just killed us. Here's the problem is, all I really wanted was to die like in an earthquake or flood or something, so then that's all I wanted. Because I know we're going to die.
What is my doom thing? I forget what it is.
Yeah, this is a good time to look up those doomings and see if you can go out with some style.
Yeah, where is that located?
Usually in the
Oh, there it is. Dooming.
Well, let's just say, if I got Court killed, Bingo just got me killed.
I
actually
Not yet, but
no, you are.
No. All right, well, let's put it this way, with what she just told us, but she just said she's going to kill us all.
Actually, this kills me in my dooming. Awesome.
I have the land will reclaim what is hers. Was my dooming.
Mine is the gavel will ring twice. She just pronounced judgment on me. Die.
There is no way I can do mine.
what is yours?
Mine is where the comet coming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, Comet
All right,
could always take
so-
the boss.
Initiatives never change, so you guys do all get to go first.
Damn, I have to pee.
We'll go real quick if you need to. This isn't going to take long.
Okay, hold on.
I'm a pretty efficient kill player's GM when it comes down to combat time, so
I can't hold my bladder that long. 1 second.
that's fine. We'll go ahead and let Court.
All right.
Well, we'll let Bingo go first. Bingo.
All right. So we're upstairs currently.
Yeah, you're upstairs. Your Arbalest
he
is still jammed.
walking in the door. Basically.
He's walking over to where Joanna and them are outside, and he's getting ready to charge into the building to come up there to get you. Because you know you're not coming down, so I mean...
Right. Well, I'm going to lean over to the door, to the hatch down, and I go, Giant about to smash the door, get out of the way!
Yeah, Andre came up. He's already came upstairs with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he left the door.
Because I stopped pounding on it?
They stopped beating on it to look up at you guys because you were talking with the war chief, so they...
Right. Okay, then, if we're living, we gotta kill that.
Okay. So, do you gonna take any AP actions? You're first.
I am going to set up at the top of the stairs. I have a reach weapon.
You do.
I'm waiting for him to come near there and stab him in the eye.
All right, then.
And then I will hold one for parry, I guess.
Okay, so you move, you get in position, you're ready to go.
Unless
Freddy?
there's... what is Maximilian's state right now?
Well, you guys had him kind of being held by
Right.
Freddy, and you guys had him in a chokehold.
Yep.
So he's got some peril on him, but he's otherwise uninjured because you guys didn't do anything that actually did damage to him. You did a takedown and a chokehold, which does
Right.
do damage. So he's conscious. He has a flintlock pistol that he dropped after you guys took him down. He doesn't have any other weapons on him, so he's just him and Horse both are unarmed at the moment. Actually, no, Horse would probably have his weapon. He would have some.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably collect something.
He never really wielded that great sword. That's all just the tail.
Oh,
Well-
okay. And then Andre has what?
Andre has his mortuary sword. He's the only capable fighter in the group, really. Like when it comes to
Yep.
fighting.
Yep. We'll do it.
Okay, so Freddy, it's your
They
turn.
quit. Yeah.
Okay, what's up?
Freddy, you guys are on the roof.
Okay.
Bingo, he has his fire hardened spear out, and he's standing over the downstairs stairway entrance, ready to take stabs at whatever comes charging up first.
Whew, I got a bottle bomb.
Oh, this is a good time to throw it.
That'd be a fantastic time to set this thing on fire.
You're in throwing range. You have some height, so I'm going to let you it's a standard, simple ranged attack. And I'll let you hit the group of them with it if you can hit.
Okay. So that is going to be under combat, simple ranged.
I think I put bottle bomb on your weapons. If you don't see it under your weapons under talents and trappings, you have a weapons section there where you can
Under talents and trappings.
do the
Yeah,
bottle
right
bomb
at
on there.
the top there should be a list of weapons.
Sheet.
I do not see my bottle bomb on there.
Okay, in that case, go to skills and attributes and
Okay.
just click simple ranged
Okay.
and let it rip.
Just simple range.
Yep.
No
It
modifiers.
doesn't do damage with D6s anyway. It does a different kind of damage, so.
Okay, so no modifiers.
Nope. Just throw it. Would you like to spend a fortune to reroll that?
This is the burn all the fortune time.
That's better fortune.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to get below a 42, right? Or no?
Yep.
Yes. Come on.
Yes!
There you
You
go.
hit it. All right. So
Yeah.
you throw down there with your bottle bomb,
Uh-huh.
and that is going to do. They all have to make coordination checks, so I'm going to make 5 D100 rolls. Fail. Ooh, that might be a pass. That one might be close enough. Hold on. The work is fail, pass. Okay, so the first. Wow, that's some crap rolls right there. All right.
Dustin, shouldn't we have Horst and Andre in the turn order?
I'm just rolling them under enemies. They'll all act at the same time, so
Oh, got it.
keep
Okay,
the initiative order simple.
Okay.
I'm going to check something real fast just to make sure I've got this written correctly. But I think the bottle bomb does 2d10 plus 1.
That'd be awesome.
And they'd be set on fire if they fail their coordination check.
Which 3 of them did?
Yeah, 3 of them did. Trying to find the rules for bottle bomb real fast. War machines, shields, here we go. The bottle bomb has... It is fiery, ineffective, throwing, and volatile. That's what I thought. So fiery...
After foe struck with a weapon of its quality, both the foe and one other combatant who is engaged with them must succeed a coordination test or be set on fire.
Yeah.
That's
Set on
fiery.
fire. So, yeah, they failed their coordination, so those
Get
guys
set
are
on
going to be
fire.
set in fire. So we will mark that with. We got fire on here somewhere. There's got to be a good flame one. Here we go. We'll just go with this one. Bonk.
So you said bottle bomb, it's fire, and what else? Fiery.
Roll me 2d10 plus 2.
2d10 plus 2.
Yep.
Come on, let that bottle bomb clear this room. That'd be awesome.
Okay. Said 2d10 plus 2. Okay.
Yep. 2d10 plus 2. 12. Okay, so those 3 are on fire. As the bottle bomb hits them, as they start to run up there first before Guar does, you throw it at them, boom, it hits them, it goes off, and there's 3 of them that are on fire. And that'll take us to Cork. Cork,
Cork doesn't know what happened, right?
you're inside the Steiger house. Bet has wrapped some bandages around you. You're not dead, you're missing toes. You're not bleeding out anymore. You're grievously wounded. The women are all panicked. BB is over there just holding Helena. And they're all praying to the God Emperor for some sort of salvation.
Can I try to, inspire them to fight back somehow?
Yeah. Leadership test. This is gonna be hard at this point, but sure. Would you like to re-roll that with a fortune? Okay. I believe in you. Nope. They're all too terrified. You can't get them to do anything at the moment. And they're like, why have they stopped chopping at the door? What's going on out there? They're like, stay away from the window. They'll see you.
Can I just, sacrifice myself?
Sure. For what purpose?
Just no reason.
Mouse is muted.
You have the best chance of survival at this point. You should stay and be the last survivor.
But I'm grievously injured, so
You're grievously
You
wounded.
get better.
yeah.
You get better. It's nothing like you
Yeah,
can't
you
get
can-
it better from the stuff.
You can heal from it eventually.
How long?
Don't worry about
How long
that
is-
part. Right now, you need to take an action that might actually save your life.
Well, what can I do?
You got all kinds of skills there. You're in a house.
Can I try to... I don't know, actually.
Save yourself.
The most obvious thing in the world.
Oh.
I know you said the most obvious thing in the world. I'm sorry, I'm so dumb.
I'm not telling
Sorry.
you. You either come up with this on your own or you're dead. I'm not telling you. I didn't get you this close to death to let you live.
That's a great line. Somebody clip that. Get you this close to dead to let you live.
I'm sorry, I don't do well under pressure. Sorry, can you reset the scene for me?
They stop beating on the door for a moment. You're in this large estate house. There's a lot of women there who are terrified. A couple of menfolk who are not helpful at all. They're telling each other to get away from windows so they don't see them, but they're all curious why they've stopped beating on the door for just a second, and it's mostly because they all turned around to see Guar, right? Because there was a debate going on over there that you can't really hear. Your foot is missing. You're missing half a foot. You can't talk because you lost your larynx, so you really couldn't have inspired him anyway. But that means there's only one thing left to do.
Can I smash the window and try and kill Guar?
No, Guar's way across the street.
Okay.
No smashing windows.
No.
That's bad.
Okay.
There's only one action that makes sense at this point that might save you, and it's only if you still roll good.
Think in your character, your profession. Don't think I want to be a badass. Think I'm a human that needs to live through this.
You're a quartermaster, right?
What?
Mm-hmm.
You're a
quartermaster. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
What does a quartermaster do again?
A quartermaster is somebody who
you master a game of quarters.
Worked with siege equipment, or who worked with. Who was part of an army that took care of all the equipment and supplies, or was the first mate on a ship who divvied out rations, all that sort of stuff. That's not the part that's going to help you. You just need to think like a gnome.
Like a gnome.
Invent something insane.
Yeah. Hide someplace really
There you
small.
go. Hide.
Yeah.
Hide is the only answer that makes sense. You're in a big house. Find somewhere to hide. Under a bed, a closet, in the library, wherever. Find somewhere to hide. Make a stealth check. A really good one. Because whatever you roll, that number is what they have to beat to find you. So roll good.
That's a cool way to do stealth.
Opposed rolls. Oh, 16. That's fantastic.
Yes! That's
you not
exactly
only
what you
succeeded
wanted.
at your rating, but you have set a really good bar by which they have to try to beat. So 16 is what we'll take for them to find you when we get to that point. That'll take us to the enemy's turns. So those three on fire rush on in, and the other two fall in behind. As they grab their things, they're like, they charge on in, and they start making their way up the staircase, which upon doing so gives Bingo 1 attack of opportunity for free. That's 0 AP. So take your attack of opportunity with your fire hardened spear.
Alrighty. That's just standard, right? Yep.
Yeah. That's a miss. Would you like to spin one of them fortunes?
Do we even have any left?
Yeah. You got 2.
Yes. Roll fortune.
Click at me if I'm being finished again. Oh, just missed. Ever so slightly. Well, you take your free attack, it doesn't work out for you. You miss them. They spend all their movement charging on in. The other two...
Fire?
They're on fire as they're rushing on up there. The other two more chalantly make their way in to not get caught on fire. So that brings us to your allies' turns. Horst is going to take out his dirk, and he'll run over there beside Bingo, and he's going to take a stab at one. That's not going to be good enough for him.
Jeez.
So you guys are now in melee with these three. So we're going to move you into melee.
The slow inevitable at this point.
Andre will move up. He will take a swing. That's good enough for him to strike.
Yes. Andre, you need to win this day. Just keep Andre alive.
Ooh, neither of those are 6s, so no injury, but he does do another level of damage to the first one. The second one, let's see. Maximilian is just going to stand there because he doesn't have a weapon. You guys took his weapons from him.
Yes, we did.
Freddy.
Does that include any gunpowder from his flint pistol?
He has gunpowder on him probably, but because he probably had a couple more shots worth if he could have reloaded.
Right. Okay. So is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the gunpowder from him and throw it at the enemies coming in.
Ooh, I really on fire.
They're already on fire, so
You'll need a skullduggery to take the gunpowder off of him as a skullduggery check. I'll make it standard.
Okay. Because I'm standing. I mean, I've had him in a chokehold. It's not implausible at all, but I would have pulled that off of him when I was taking everything else from him.
You're also flipped to fail, so it would have succeeded on the flip, but it doesn't succeed forward, so it's a fail. Would you like to use the last fortune point to retry that?
No, not
I don't
this.
think it's
Not this. No.
Yeah, I don't think it's an effective enough move to.
So what would you like to do?
What does grave root do? What can you do with grave root?
Nothing helpful.
Okay, so it's not like saltpeter or anything.
Nope.
And what is the red cap mushroom scene?
Those might be useful. Red cap mushrooms, I think, make you essentially frenzy. It's like
Oh no,
steroid.
we go frenzied. Okay. All right. So
Come up real fast.
at this point, we've got one coming up.
Yeah, you got 3 of them coming up that are on fire, and then there's 2 behind them coming up.
Okay.
Trying to see if I can find the red cap mushroom.
It's in the search. Hallucinogenic mushrooms.
Yeah, is it in the computer?
Sought after by orcs, marauders, and sportsmen alike. These fungi arouse frenzy, rendering pain impotent as the biter becomes mad as a hatter. When affected by 1 dose, add +1 to damage thresholds for 3 hours. When affected by 2 doses, 2, 3, 3. Okay.
All right. So I think the only choice I have at this point is probably to try to strike at the one at one of them closest to me. I have a splitting maul.
Yes, you do.
And I have a shiv, but I think I should be using the splitting maul.
That's
which
two-handed.
if I were to, two-handed, yeah.
But
Which
not
I
for
am.
you, because
not
you're big.
for me.
You can use it one-handed
Right.
because you're big.
Yep. So I do it one-handed. Okay. So for this, I just simply hit the.
Oh,
roll.
isn't there value for using it two-handed anyway?
If she uses two-handed, it gets an extra +1 to damage. So whatever the number is, +1. But if she was using it with one hand, she could carry a shield, which would give her more defense if she had a shield. But she doesn't, so she might as well use it two-handed.
Should have grabbed one up.
You
Shield
can
on
use a
wall.
shield.
Oh, you got a shield, Bingo?
Yeah.
Bingo's got a shield.
Okay.
So,
All right. So I'm going to just hit roll, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
On that thing, you just hit roll. You missed. You're out of fortune. That was a good try, though. Anything else you want to do? You gonna hold one for
are we
parry?
out of fortune? I thought we had one.
So one fortune, because she didn't take the reroll on the skullduggery.
You're right. Then you have one more. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to take
Take
another one.
Okay, reroll it.
What's the difference between doing that or using parry?
No, you're just re-rolling your attack with this. Parry is different.
Okay, well,
You're already holding back an AP for parry. A
Got it,
reroll is a
okay.
reroll.
Okay.
A critical success.
There you
do
go.
double damage. Okay.
Nice!
So, you're gonna roll 2d6
Okay.
plus your combat bonus.
Okay, which is, let's see. I got too many things open right now. My combat bonus is, I'm going to go over here. My combat bonus is 5.
Yeah. So 2d6 plus 5.
Okay, 2d6. 2d6 plus 5.
Yep. Oh, and you got a
14.
6, so roll another 6. It explodes.
Oh, cool.
So you're at 14 plus another 6.
Another 1d6?
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, just a straight one.
More damage, more damage. Roll another 6.
Oh. Okay. So that's 15. So
Okay.
that'll hit this one, and that'll put him to grievously wounded. And you get to roll. Is that a vicious weapon? No, it is not. Okay. So you get to roll 3d6 to check for injuries.
3d6.
3d6.
If any of them are 6s, he
Nope.
gets injuries.
You don't have any
No.
fortune left to make it a 6. But you did put him all the way to grievously wounded. So that was good. Cork hid bingo. Your actual turn.
Okay. So I can do basically a functional action. I can then attack and then keep one for parry. So like if I ate my mushroom,
Yes, that'd be 1
then
AP.
attack. Okay.
Yep.
And eat the mushroom, stab him with the spear, and then hold for a parry.
That works because you don't have to move. So you're holding your ground. So yep, that works.
Yep. All right. So we go up to roll fire hardened spear. Come on, please, don't suck. Be nice to me for once. I'd appreciate that. Or not.
Oh, that was good damage, but you missed. And we're all out of
Yep.
fortune until I get my turn.
Yep.
So you're holding for parry. You're done.
Yep. I'm done.
It is
I'm
Emma's turn.
real done.
So these three that are making their way up the staircase, first thing they have to do is they have to spend 1 AP to do coordination for each of them. Ooh. Oh, one critically succeeded. All three of them managed to put the fire out.
Of course they did.
But that cost them an AP each. Now they're going to start their attacks. The first one is going to target Andre Kessler because he's the most dangerous. And they're going to do a takedown maneuver. He succeeds. Andre will resist. Andre resists. He does not get taken down. So now the actual attack comes in. And it hits. Andre will parry. He parries. Nothing happens with that one. The second one is going to go after Bingo for stabbing him. He's very angry about that. So he's going to try a takedown maneuver on you.
Stabbing at him.
51 is not going to be enough, I'm afraid. Coordination? Do they have rank in coordination?
Oh, he's doing a takedown on me?
Yeah, he's trying to do a takedown. So I got to see if there's what his coordination roll is. Does he have coordination? No, he does not, so it's not good enough. He fails. He will take his attack on you then.
Okay.
A 59 is enough to hit. So you'll have to parry. Use your parry. 60% chance to hit. Yeah, there's a 60% chance to hit. Yeah.
I'm dead. Just write this game. I mean, I'm literally going to be swinging. Oh, I can hit it every 20%. He's going to be like 60%.
These things are vicious, dude. These things are nasty. Like, go ahead, though. Just take your parry. You can...
Yeah.
You guys got them on the ropes because most of them are burned. It's the big one coming up in a minute that you're going to have the biggest problem with. But
So it's... So how do you roll parry? You just roll...
it's on the defensive part of the sheet right above your health. There's a parry button.
Oh, is there a parry button? All right. Yeah, there it is. Where'd the thing pop up? There it is. Because I am playing the wrong game.
You're playing the wrong game.
I have been if 70s to 90s was winning this game, I would be an unstoppable machine. But since they're playing
It's the opposite, yeah.
and I need to roll low, apparently I'm not going to
Okay.
succeed.
So let's do some damage.
Wop wop.
And we're going to spend a fortune to explode that. So we're going to make that a 6. Plus 5, plus 5. That's 16 incoming damage on the attack.
All right, I'm dead.
How many health points?
So I have +1 to my threshold.
Yep.
So that puts me at moderately wounded.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Oh, I put that on the wrong guy. Hold on. That's not you. That's you. So I will check for injury. So, no injury. Alright, there's still a lot of fighting to do. So we're not going to end it that early. Moderate injuries are stupid anyway. Alright, the last one, who's in really bad shape, is going to take its swing at Freddy. It's going to try a takedown first. Oh, that's a fail. Alright.
Yeah.
Here comes the attack. Oh, the attack hits.
Did
Did you have a parry left? Go ahead and make your parry attempt.
Yeah, I haven't used any parries yet.
I didn't think you had, so.
Okay, so you said that was, let's see. On which talents?
It's on talents and trappings right above your health bar. There's dodge and parry. Dodge is for ranged attacks, parry is for melee.
Okay, right above my... Okay, so I want to parry.
Yep, I want to parry.
Okay.
Nah, you failed. Here comes the damage. I'm going to maximize that one to make it a 6 also, because I'm swimming in misfortune right now. So it'll be 6 plus 2 plus 5. So that's 13 to you. Check your damage thresholds there and see how many 13 does.
Let's see. 13 does... Let's see.
Somebody out there want to spend some bits and start flipping us some fortune?
Please.
Yeah, really. Yeah. So
Love you forever.
13 puts me... Oh, you just fixed
That is 2, because you have 5 and 11 for your thresholds and then 17. So that'll do 2 levels to you. So that'll put you down there to moderately wounded also. We'll check for the injury.
Okay.
Is that a 6? Nope. No injury. You got hit. You're not injured. You're just moderately wounded.
Okay.
That brings us to your allies. Andre Kessler will take his swing.
So that's not a peril change, is it?
Nope, it's not peril. That's on the actual damage chart. That's your actual health levels.
Got it. Okay.
That's
got
on
it.
the second page. That's on talents and trappings. Peril's on the first page.
Got it. Okay.
So, yep, you got that happen, and he.
Okay. So you said I'm at what level of damage?
I marked you on the thing there. You have 2 health levels. Oh, Shoshi
okay.
showed up. She's flipping
Okay.
the fortune back to you guys. So
Yeah! Go Shoshi!
I forgot to deal these.
Shoshi's like, no, that's misfortune. I'm buying.
She's been on the end of those. She knows how it is. Here, I forgot to put these on the screen anyway. So here, deal.
Wop wop.
Do I have them on there somewhere and I just don't see them? I don't know. They're not showing up. All
They're not there.
Too late to worry about it now. I just have to keep track.
There is a fortune available.
Yeah, there is one somewhere. Oh, I know why. Here, what we could do. We'll just flip back to the live screen now that you're all back. It should be working. And I will flip these back to where they go. So you guys had spent...
Thank you very much, Shosh.
Thanks, Shosh.
Thank
Thank
you.
And I spent 1. So you guys have 2 fortune at the moment, and I have 3 miss. No, I spent 2. You should have 1 more.
2.
Hold on, one
You
more.
spent 2. Yeah?
Yep, I spent 2. You have 1 more. So there you go. All right. That brings us over to Horse turn. Horse is going to take a stab at one also. He misses horribly. That'll be into his turn. Enemies have gone. This one is now going to make its way into the combat as it's coming up the stairs, and you can hear the big thudding boots of the orc, the high orc, coming up there behind him. You hear him say, "Grunts, get your asses up there!" Top of the order, Freddy Gotfinger. Ready.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and try to use my splitting maul.
Hit it.
Hit it.
That's a good hit for 19 damage. Oh,
Yes!
cow. You explode in this
Huzzah!
guy. Boom. That one gets destroyed.
Stand in the high ground.
You hit it, and his head just crunches under the power of your maul and just falls down the stairs out of the way as that other one kind of hops right over him and is coming up there into the fray. That was a good hit. Do you have anything else you'd like to do? Holding for parry?
Bingo, what do you think?
I'll hold for a parry.
Okay, yeah, I'll hold for parry.
All right. Court?
I don't think we have too many
You're
other
still
options right now.
Bingo?
Is it possible for me to use Freddy as somewhat of a shield?
You can stand behind Freddy.
Yes. Since I have reach, I can then attack whatever Freddy's attacking.
Yeah, I mean, they're in engagement. If you're going to try to move, you can spend 1 AP to move out of engagement.
Oh, yeah, since I would get attack of opportunity
Right,
and be
it'd be
insecure.
two.
So,
You have to spend 2 to disengage,
I guess we'll
I think,
just
so.
continue doing what I'm doing, which is wasting time doing this.
Stab at him. That's what you're supposed to be good at.
I am rolling a 91. All right, come on, 91 on a fire hardened spear. Let's do this. Give me a 91. Bam!
You hit.
18. I succeed.
Did 7. That's enough for 1 level. Roll. That's his. He's grievously wounded, so that's 3d6 to check for injury.
Ooh.
No
Nope.
6s. Well, you got him to grievously wounded, though. He's in bad shape.
All right, and saving one for parry, and drink a tincture.
You don't have any.
I mean, I'm not.
You gonna drink a
Oh,
lot?
sorry, not tincture. I'm laudanum. I mean,
That'll heal you 1 health level,
yeah.
and you take 1 corruption for drinking it.
We ain't making it through this. You can make me sprout tentacles. I'll worry about trimming tentacles later. This is the here and the now, not the worry about
Enemy's
the
turn.
aftermath of whatever later.
All right, so the first one that you hit that's grievously wounded, he's gonna take a swipe at you.
Okay.
Oh, critical fail.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, the peril. Oh, he is so periled up now.
He is perilously
The
perilous.
second one that comes up is attacking Andre, and he's gonna do a takedown. Oh, he fails. And he'll take his attack. Oh, critical fail on the attack.
Woo!
Oh, the peril on him too. Oh, that's terrible. Not as terrible as the last one, but terrible. All right. The third one, the fresh one in the combat, comes rushing up there, and he's going to take out Horst, deciding that,
Take out. No, he says, not take on, take out.
Oh,
Would you like
man.
to go out on a date?
Oh, the critical fails. Oh, the peril. Oh, no, wrong ones. Man, look at all those critical fails I had this round. That's horrible.
3 in a row.
Now he's going to take his attack on Horst. Oh, he fails that too. All right, you know what? Those guys are all useless. Guar was right. They are all useless. So Guar, seeing how useless his combatant and friends are, being the orc war boss that he is, marches up there, and he's going to spend his turn by just literally running this one through and throwing it back down the stairs out of the way. And then, this guy's kind of badass. This is unfortunate for you.
No.
This is unfortunate for you.
No. Not allowed. Put it down.
Just making sure I know what they could do first.
Just really wish we had more bottle bomb.
Yeah.
Put that book down.
Yep. So, He
Womp
has.
womp.
Yeah, he's going to move up, and then he is going to use Litany of Hatred. And that will...
Sure, that means something.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. I gotta check his stats. Oh, that's not good enough. I'm gonna spend a fortune to reroll this.
Alright.
I spend a misfortune. I reroll.
Come on, fail. Yes.
Damn it. Not good enough. Alright, fine.
Anything litany of hatred that just, I don't know what it is, but it sounds bad because Dustin wants to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't work. So he gets up there and he starts spewing this filth at you. He's just cursing your names and your weak physique and everything else. And if it succeeds, it reduces your damage thresholds by 1. It makes it easier to damage.
Okay.
So he walks up there and does that. That's the end of his turn. So that's the bad guy's turns at complete and utter failure. And that brings us to your guys' turn. So Freddy, we're at the top. Back to you.
My response to him is I shrug and go, but you still look like a pig.
Remember the last time that you said something?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to actually get a power from it, so hopefully I don't need to roll because it'll insta-kill me.
You can just say it, it's fine.
Is it a bonus action for me when I just saw Bingo, who's carrying all the tinctures? Should I?
Laudanum's, yeah.
Laudanum's. It's like, can I use a bonus action, or can I basically get a laudanum from him and do that to boost myself up now?
You have to spend 1 AP to get a laudanum from him. To take it.
Which is fine, because you're going to do an attack.
Yeah.
So
And
you can heal 1 health level by drinking the laudanum.
What's that?
You spend 1 AP, you heal 1 health level for drinking the laudanum, and you get 1 corruption.
All right, gonna do it.
We won't mention the fact that poor Cork is already up to like 10 or 11 corruption from the 2 injuries she sustained. It was 6 for the serious injury and 9 for the grievous. So you're like 15 corruption if you want to keep track there on your sheet, Cork.
Yeah, where's the corruption
It's in the middle
tracker?
of your alignment. There's a circle where you put a number, and then we roll against it at the end of the game session.
So I have 1. Got it.
Yeah.
And then, and where's the AP on?
You just have 3 AP each turn.
Oh.
You're just spending an action point in combat to take a
got
laudanum.
it.
There's no bonus actions in this game. There's 3
got
AP.
it.
Actions are actions.
Yeah.
Actually,
Now,
some of
some
these-
actions cost more than 1 AP, so you have to look at that combat actions chart, like running, charging. Those things cost extra. So
Oh, okay, I got it. So now, I want to go ahead and try to strike with my.
splitting maul,
Maul.
because it's going so well
Splitting maul.
for you. Crush
Yeah,
this new
I'm-
one who just got up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that or attempt to.
Smash! Go, Freddy, smash! Go, Freddy, smash!
Come on, Freddy, you can do it.
You miss. You are currently sitting on 4 fortune. Would you like to reroll?
Yes, great time
Yes.
for a fortune.
I will
Give me my
reroll.
misfortunes before my turn. And you still miss.
Damn it.
All right.
Sadness.
Bingo.
All right. I'm going to try to finish off this fella in front of me. Porky the pig is going to get skewered. All right. Come on, 91. Give me that 91.
Come on, 91. Come on, 91.
Come on.
91.
92.
92.
So close. Would you like to reroll?
No, you don't need any more misfortune. I'm going to hang on to...
Wait, Bingo. Hold on.
yeah.
Can a player spend bits to flip? Or is it only chat?
Now, Shoshi, are you still there, my dear? I'm calling Shoshi out on this. Hopefully she's
My
still there.
Yoshi.
Did you spend 100 bits to...
At the end of Terror and Tree Fell, of which Shoshi was here. Shoshi, would you mind telling them what happens when you purchase your own fortune points in my Zweihander games? Every reroll that they used on their own pay-to-win fortune points critically failed. Every
Lord.
one of them. They're like cursed things. You really don't want to buy your own fortune, but I will let you because I take money in all of its forms. So if you want to buy them, I will flip those coins right now. You just drop those bits in there, Debbie Snacks, and I will flip them. But just be warned, it did not turn out so well for Shoshi, did it? You fail and you get hit by lightning and killed by your own god. That's exactly what happened. So
because we have 3 fortune points. 3 fortune.
Right.
yeah,
Okay,
there's 2
right.
misfortunes and 3 fortunes. So
Okay, I'll hold for now. I will wait for now. Sorry, go ahead, Bingo. Thank you for that pause there. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just going to hang on to it for a parry, I guess, and hope for the best.
all right. So it is enemy's turn. The first orcs up there is going to attempt to take down on Bingo. Oh, that's a success. Coordination to resist.
That's a standard, right?
Yep.
Or is it?
It's
Because it's
a-
a resisted, it's just a...
Yeah. Oh, you resisted.
Nope.
So you
Oh,
did not
nope.
get taken down. That's good.
Nice.
Now he's going to do the
Yay.
attack on you anyway. He hits. Do you have parry?
Yes.
Go for your parry. Oh, nope. That will be 8.
Okay. That'll jump me back to moderate. All right.
Back to moderate. Oh, you know what? I didn't take the dot off of your thing. I need to take one off of Debbie Snacks there too real fast. Okay. Yeah, you guys healed one. All right, so that's 2d6. No, 1d6 because it's moderate.
Yep.
No injury. All right, then. So that's the end of that one. The other low orcs, who's up here, is going to take its swing at Freddy. He's going to do a takedown first. Misses. Brr. Fine. Here's the attack. Misses on that too.
Yay.
Guar steps up there and sees Andre Kessler. Poor Andre is about to get beat unmerciful, I have a feeling. Here's his takedown maneuver. He succeeds. Andre attempts coordination. Ooh, Andre fails.
Oh, no.
Damn it, Andre. Don't let him beat the brakes off of you. We need you yet.
Ooh, I'm going to spin a misfortune. I'm going to reroll this one.
Andre's just still heartbroken.
That's better. I already knocked him down. I got to take advantage of it.
What was that?
I have to take advantage of the knockdown that I did on him. So it's a
Right, I was asking, what is he actually doing?
Okay, so when you do a takedown maneuver, you render your
Okay.
foe prone. When you melee
Okay.
attack someone who's prone, you get an extra fury die to damage, so it's 2d6 base instead of 1. So by doing the takedown first and then hitting him, he gets extra damage. So that's 2d6, so it's 6 plus his combat bonus, 5, puts him at... Oh, it's brawn, 7. Oh shit, that's right, because he's have a pummeling weapon. Oh shit. So that's 13. So, fuck Andre up. Nope, no injury. And then he curses with another litany of hatred. And he fails at it. He's cursing, but it's not working. That's the end of his turn. So, allies, Horst is going to turn tail and run.
Where?
Back to
We're on
Maximilian.
top. We're literally on top of a building at a...
Horst runs back there to Maximilian, and he's like, Boss, we need a plan. We gotta get out of here. Andre's gonna fight, because he's a warrior. Horst is pretty useless anyway. That'll hit. Damage threshold. Oh, he does not do a level of damage, though. He hits Guar with his mortuary sword. Ching, hits him, and it just glances off the armor, and Guar just looks at him.
In no way I'm hurting him then.
So that brings us to the top of the order. We're back to Freddy.
Freddy's the only person that can hurt him.
Freddy's going to go for the living wall. Ian. Gore.
You hit for 8.
Yes.
Enough to do a level.
Awesome. And then I guess, so if I hold for parry, is it basically that I build them up and that I can use later, or how does that work?
You're literally holding you're holding an action to defend if someone attacks you.
This is active
For that
defenses.
round.
So when you have 3 AP around, if you spend all 3 doing things like perilous stunts, moving and attacking, you're not holding anything back for parry. So you have to make a choice. Action economy. How much do you want for offense? How much do you want for defense? So like my orcs are not parrying anything. They're coming up. They're doing perilous attacks and they're hitting you. The only reason that they're getting a parry is because they're not moving. So they're taking a perilous stunt, an attack, and 1 parry. Those are my 3 AP for my orcs right now.
Got it. And then, so when I use my splitting maul, that's how many APs?
1. It's just
1.
an attack.
Yep.
Unless you do a
attack
charge maneuver,
is-
but you have to be far away to do a charge. That's 2 AP,
Right.
and then 3rd AP to attack. So a charge is 2 for movement, 1 for an attack, makes 3 total AP. If you're charging, you can't charge because you're already standing there in engagement with them. So just 1. You're just rock'em sock'em robots, 1 swing a hit each time. If you did a perilous stunt and attempted a takedown first with the maul, and then you go to hit them, you get an extra D6. But that would be maybe putting yourself at risk of not having parry.
And the fact of the matter is, the more you roll dice in this game for players, the more it's into death because you just knock yourself out from being scared because you missed,
Yeah.
because you crit. Because all you'll do is spend the whole entire game fail critting.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to stand my ground.
Stand your ground to hit him.
Oh, so I got to do
Oh,
my
you already
damage?
did. You already hit him. Sorry. So you're standing your ground. Are you just parrying for the rest? All
Parrying for
right.
the rest.
Bingo.
It is a kitty. Bingo.
You got your fire hardened spear.
I am ready for my fire-hardened spear, but what I am going to do first... Actually, no. So, is there a list here of the stunts I can do?
Yep. I put it in the handout section. You'll see combat actions.
Section.
There is a section there that has the perilous stunts. The 3rd section there. Chokehold, dirty tricks, disarm, knockout, splinter, shield, stunning blow, and takedown.
Dude, that thing's so tiny, I can't read that.
Takedown is
Yeah,
by far and
I have no
away
idea.
the king of... Takedown is the king of perilous stunts. Unless you can do the...
Well, it's more important of what attributes they're triggered off of because...
coordination for takedown.
Right.
Dirty tricks is guile, where you render them unable to parry by doing dirty tricks.
Okay.
Disarm is coordination. It's disarm. Knockout is a really good one, but you have to have them defenseless first before you can knock them out.
I'm gonna try to knock this guy down. I'm gonna do a takedown.
All right, it's coordination.
Because why not? I'll only run 106. Yep, there you go.
Well, that doesn't cost you the attack. You can still take the attack.
Yep, that was my hope and dream, is that maybe I would roll my stupid die on the stupid action. Now I can maybe hit something with a fire hardened spear. I got tricked the dice at this point. Nope. Gonna roll 85 again.
Yeah, nope. You're the king of rolling high. So it was a good round. That brings us to the
nothing.
enemies. So that first orc up there is going to try to
Alright,
take
I'm holding
you
one
on.
for a parry.
Yeah. Oh, he takes you down. Resist with coordination. Resist is free. You don't have to spend AP for resist.
Yeah.
Roll that coordination.
Roll that beautiful coordination footage.
Oh, you fail.
Hey, look, I fail.
So now I get to beat you unmerciful with an attack if I can hit you.
I'm gonna.
Oh God, no!
Oof.
Let's re-roll that fortune. That's a terrible one. I can't leave on a 98. That's better. 21. You got your parry.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have a parry. Here we go. 74, right?
Probably.
Oh, hey, look.
Critical fail. Critical fail.
Because you know what? I was like, man, you know what I need? Not a 74. I need to make
nine
sure
peril.
I die. I'm unconscious at this point.
Are you really? Are you incapacitated?
Done. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Come on,
you
again.
are. So you're helpless.
Yep.
So at incapacitated, he
Except scared of combat.
That is 10 incoming damage.
Okay. That jumps me another health.
Yeah. So we'll roll for it. He can't do anything until next round. Someone's got to take a action to give you a smelling salt to bring you back. So that puts you another level down. And we'll check for injuries. So that's going to be 2d6. Nope, no 6s. The other one is going to take its swing at Fred. It's going to try a takedown first. It succeeds at the takedown. Resist coordination.
Okay, and that's going to be at standard, right?
Yep. And he fell too. Oh, ugly. Oh. Oh, you know what? I forgot to roll the attack first. Hold on. He missed. So you don't have to worry about that damage. That was going to be some killer damage, but he missed. I don't have any more misfortune to spend on you.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Guar's turn. Guar looks at Andre. He's like, "You're going to die, puny man." Oh, he critically fails. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he critically fail? Everybody else has critically failed today.
Yay.
He takes a level of peril also. My God, everyone's critically failing on my side. I've done more peril to myself today. Everyone's done peril to themselves. No one's done peril to each other. It's all just peril to yourself. So that's the end of his turn. And that'll take us to Andre's turn. Andre will swing back at Guar, although I don't know if it's going to do him much good. Oh, he hit. Yeah, he does one. All right, top of the order. Brings us back to you, Freddy. You guys got any plans? You're gonna...
Oh, there we go. No.
Freddy?
Yeah. Let's see. What am I going to do? So I have 3 AP points that I can use. And using my melee, my maul is 1 or 2 AP.
It's 1 for an attack. And then if you want to do a perilous stunt, that's also 1.
Okay. So the question I would like to know is, can I do the smelling salts? Do
you have one?
I have one.
Because I don't think the warrior has a smelling salt on him.
Just grave root.
Yep, that's not gonna help you hit that smelling salt.
Yep, he might have them, but he has them in his pocket, right?
Right.
All right. What about? I'm seeing like litany of. So can I use litany of hatred?
Mm-hmm.
Or
it's an intimidate test.
Okay. Litany of hatred, but that's something that essentially, if I'm going to do it, I would rather have my number be higher, right?
You can do inspiring words that will increase your defense by 1, or you can do litany of hatred that will reduce the enemy's damage threshold by 1, and it hits your FB number of targets.
So if I do inspiring words, I can make a leadership test, and the number of allies equal to FB. So it actually could benefit both me and Bingo.
Yep.
Okay.
And Andre, all 3 of you.
And Andre. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that then. I'm gonna do inspiring words.
Okay. Make a leadership test.
Okay. Is this based on looking at my fellowship number though, and needing to be below that though?
It's based off of because leadership's under fellowship. So yes.
Fellowship. Yeah. So that's the only thing is my fellowship being 34.
It's not a great roll for you, but it is a way to spend an AP if you want. That might be useful.
Yeah, but then litany of hatred is
Intimidate.
under intimidate, which
Is
that's
brawn.
brawn 53. I'm going to do intimidate.
Okay, then go for
I'm
what
a
you
mount-
ventured.
I'm a mountain amongst men.
Yep, you are. Nope. You have all the
Nope.
fortune right now. I spent it
I'm
all
going
on my
to,
turn.
I'm going to spend a fortune to reroll
Reroll
that.
it. Mm-hmm. You got it. So their
Yes.
damage thresholds are all reduced by 1.
Okay, great. All right.
Second
I'm
act.
going.
Second action.
Second action is I'm going to strike at use my maul.
Go for it.
Get back over here. There we go.
Critical fail.
Mother of pearl.
So that's 16 peril.
I could re-roll that though, can I?
Nope.
I mean, I could.
Critical
use a
fails
fortune.
you cannot reroll.
Oh, you cannot get a
Nope.
use a fortune. Okay,
You can't fortune out of a critical fail.
right. Okay.
Unless you have a skill that says you roll twice and take the better result, which you won't have in combat.
I thought I did have that for something.
For bargain, not combat, though.
Bargain, not combat. Yes. Okay.
Nobody has it for combat. Actually, you have to be a military officer. Their profession gets it as a combat. Military officer rolls twice on every hit and takes the better of the two.
If I click on that, how do I see what it says for mountain among men?
That's not going to help you here.
Okay.
That just makes you really big and use a two-handed weapon in one hand. So you've
Oh,
already got
that's
that
right.
figured out.
And
Yep.
Grease the Wells is
Grease the wheels is your
About right.
rerolling bargain and counterfeit.
very cool. Awesome.
So, how much peril did you take?
Oh wait, how much peril do I take? So that's where I go if it's
Let me look.
14.
That is.
Yes.
Did it go above 18? No, 16. So you took two more levels of peril.
So it puts me down to ignore 3 skill ranks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Any more and you'll be incapacitated, just like Bingo.
And now this doesn't. And what does this do as far as my inspiring words though?
Nothing. Peril just reduces your ability to use skills. So once you
Yeah.
hit the last level of incapacitated, you cannot make any more skill checks. So anything that requires a skill, melee, anything, you can't do any of it. All you can do is run for your life,
Oh. Okay.
and
Got it.
just run for your life is all you got left to do.
Okay.
So you can only spend AP to move effectively at that point.
When you get to
Which, speaking of which, it's Bingo's turn. Bingo, you're incapacitated. You got 3 AP, and you're muted.
I turn and leap off the building.
Okay,
I'm running.
you run.
Yep. I'm going to Wile E. Coyote to see if I can run in the air over the wall.
All right, so you run and take the leap. We'll say that this is going to be 20, so we'll call it 2d10 plus 2 fall damage. 8. How much do you take? Is that just one level?
One more health level? Yeah.
So that's grievously wounded. Let's check you for injury.
Mm.
No injury. So you hit the ground grievously wounded.
I'm out!
Next turn. Guar steps up. He's angry now. He looks over and he's like, I'm gonna crush you. God, he can't roll for shit today. Alright, fine. Here comes the attack. And he hits Andre Kessler. 10 more. It's another level to Andre. The other orc is gonna try to take out Freddy. Take down. Oh, succeeds. Resist coordination. No. Attack. That hits. Do you have parry?
yes,
Yes, you do.
I have parry. I do.
Roll that parry.
Okay.
All that beautiful bean footage.
Come on, Perry, where? Let's see. I'm on the wrong page. Page. Okay. Man, I keep doing this. All right. I know where it is on the page. I'm not.
It's on
exactly
Talents and
sure.
Trappings, right above your
There
health
it-
bar.
Got it. I see it here. Yeah.
Nope. Oh, look at that. That is horrible. I can't let that go. I'm spending my one misfortune to make one of them a 6. We can't let that happen. That's terrible. So that's going to be 7 plus a d6. So 7 plus 4 is 11 plus 5, 6, 15. 16, sorry. 16 incoming damage. That's 2 more
Okay.
levels of damage to you.
Okay. So that puts me at moderately wounded.
Yep. Oh, Yahtzee's. Yahtzee's on the injury. 666. Let's see what injury you get.
Was if it was moderately wounded, or was it
They're vicious.
vicious weapons?
Yeah, they're vicious
Okay.
weapons, so they get an extra d6.
Lame size.
Okay, so that's a serious one, right? Yeah, serious injury. So roll a d100, Freddy.
2 moderate injury.
She's got 3
was
health
it
levels.
2 serious?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's serious, yeah. That's why I did 3d6, yeah.
And do you
Otherwise,
want
it would
to-
have just been 2d6. 68. You have a stress fracture. Until you're fully recuperated, you cannot counterspell, dodge, or parry.
Fudge. There goes my parries.
There goes your parry.
Time to do perilous actions all the time.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So at this point, the other orc, having no other actions he can take, and his foe ran and jumped off the building. He's gonna turn, and he's gonna charge. He's going to. Oh, he hits. Horst takes 2. He charges up there and just smashes Horst with his choppa. And that'll take us to... Andre needs to do his resolve real quick. Kaboom. Oh, critical success. He does another level to him. No injury though. All right, so Andre's still tangled up with the orc war chief. What are you guys gonna do for actions? Do you have anything? You're top of the order. Freddy?
Oh goodness! All right. Let me take a look at my sheet here. Okay, so at this point, I mean, I obviously can strike at Quar, but I also can do a perilous stunt, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty sure he has more armor than God himself and will auto hit, so maybe he's not good at coordination and you can trip him, maybe? That's probably the only chance you got.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But so to make a coordination test, foe must resist coordination to be disarmed. So the thing about that is that if I have a low agility, then I still have to get below that.
Yep.
Correct?
Yeah, because you're still based on your coordination.
Yeah, mine's 38 on that.
Yeah.
So instead, I think I'm going to go for athletics driven.
To be fair, every stat in this game is 38. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like 38 to 46 or something
That's
like
that's
that.
where
So
skills.
it's
That's where as you gain profession, you buy skills. You get 10% better each time you get the same skill.
Oh,
again.
yeah,
and then
right.
peril reduces that back down because you lose those skill
Right.
ratings as you get scared. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. This is not a group you want to go toe to toe combat with. At this point, you've got to.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
could have
but-
told you that. I told you that in the beginning of the adventure.
So the thing is, I either need to just say screw it and run, or I take a stand and could do an athletics test to try to do a stunning blow, and then use my.
Stunning blow reduces their AP by 1, so they'd have 2 AP instead of 3.
How are you in Guile? Could do like a dust in the face.
That would keep him from
Like a
parry.
parry. It's all pretty. Yeah, you're right in the sense that if you don't do a takedown, basically, if you don't have high coordination, you don't do anything.
The perilous
Because
stunts
all
are
the rest is
only.
meaninless.
I mean, it's if you were. There's reasons why you would use the other ones, but it's mostly
Sure,
takedown
but
is the
they're-
king of it. Yeah, it's the king of it.
Actually,
They're
make for
very
takedown.
niche.
For takedown, I can do an athletics test.
Only if you
It
charge.
says make a coordination test or athletics test if you charge.
If you charge, you can't do a charge
So-
whenever you're already in combat.
Oh, you can't do charge when you're already in combat.
You have to have
okay,
you have to have enough to move for charge.
so I can't do takedown.
Yeah, you can't use athletics. You have to do a coordination.
All right. Okay.
Roll it because there's nothing else to do because you ain't gonna do anything else. Sadly, if you trip them down, maybe you could then run away.
Yeah, you have him prone, and he could run.
I'm gonna do a. Wait, what am I? So you're thinking that I can do? All right. That's what you're saying.
Do a takedown and run. The only one you have to worry about is, well, depending on which one you take down.
Yeah, because I'm going for gore. But
Okay.
so I just didn't know whether it's like I do have 53 for brawn, so that is where my athletics
Yeah,
gives me a little
but
more.
you have to
wiggle room.
charge at him to do that. Yeah. So
Not for stunning blow though, right?
no stunning.
Right,
blows.
but all it's taking is 1 AP. It's just going to take you 1 AP away from him. And he's only attacking once again. His biggest strength that's defending against us is he has infinite armor of godliness. And so actually hurting him is vastly difficult. So if you can actually do the coordinated action, drop him, and then hit him with the maul, you do more damage, which means you actually have a chance of going through his armor. Because if you don't pull that off, all attacks are just going to bounce off him for the most part anyway.
Yeah, his damage threshold's currently at 9 because you reduced it by 1. It starts at 10. So yeah, he's pretty heavily armored. So what you learn in Zweihander is that coordinated effort between players works better than individual effort. So when you line up 3 across, and you just directly at Rock'em Sock'em Robots, you don't get anywhere.
Yep.
But when you have one
Yeah,
person
I mean-
who could do a coordinated like leg sweep, and then everyone piles on and beats the guy while he's down before he gets a chance to get up, like that's where you really learn to like coordinate your attacks, because that's where it really shines in combat. You focus fire. It's like an MMO. You focus fire and you take them down.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how all 3 of the guys got up there because the whole premise was like we're at the top of the door, like sticking up, and all of a sudden they're like, "Beep," and like, oh.
they're just all crowded in.
I'm gonna go ahead and try to run.
All right.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna jump off. Sorry about the French. I'm
No,
gonna
you're fine.
jump off. I'm gonna follow after. I'm gonna follow
All right.
after Bingo.
So yeah, you
All right.
run.
You aren't terrified, so you may want to roll some. Is there a skill or something that you
Athletics.
try to like climb down?
I'll let you do athletics.
there you go.
Okay.
And
Well,
then you won't you won't die from jumping off, like I almost did.
so roll my athletics first.
Yep. Roll your athletics to jump down without hurting yourself. Well,
And now
as badly.
as standard. Okay.
Yeah, just standard. You did it. You're only going to take
Good
1d10
job.
instead of 2d10.
Good.
That's
All
not
right.
enough to even do damage to you. So you land.
Nice.
You get the superhero landing, one knee right next to the down Bingo.
Okay.
I'm up. I'm just like.
You see Maximilian looks down there at you all. Cowards, traitors.
I turn around and just go,
You have any room to talk?
I paid you to stand and fight.
2 silver, shut up!
fight.
see-
I thought you, yeah, what did he ever tell us he was paying us to fight? Anybody?
You see, what are you gonna do, Bingo? This is your chance. Or not Bingo, but Freddy. You have a incapacitated Bingo.
I'm not incapacitated.
You're not incapacitated? I thought you were incapacitated.
That just means I can't use AP.
You can't take skill actions.
Right. I can keep running for my life.
Right.
Which is, I think, our current quest right now.
Now, you guys feasibly are not going to be able to get back out of here without some sort of skill test, which gets me back to how Bingo's or Freddy has to do something to help save you, because you have to make stealth or something to get through town where they're not going to see you, because you're going to get run down. There's still countless number of orcs that you have to try to get past. So kind of like with Cork, like you're going to have to take some sort of action to help you and Bingo hide, to do something so that they don't find you, so you can survive this ordeal. Because you don't have anywhere else to go, or you can leave him to die and go try to save yourself. Those are your choices at this point. Because you don't have a smelling salt to give him, and I don't even think he has one on him.
Does Bingo have to? Okay.
No.
Then I'm gonna pick up Bingo, sling him over my shoulder, the good shoulder, not the one that's injured, and going to take off with him and try to find some place to hide. Is this daytime or nighttime, by the way?
It's nighttime.
How long to sunrise?
It just turned dark when they got there.
When they got there.
8 hours-ish.
Yeah, you got a while.
What I mean by this is that these are orcs, right? Are they active during the day?
They have dark vision. They see at night. They can be.
So
they're not limited. They have to sleep like everyone else, though, but they're not limited.
Okay, got it. I just didn't know whether we just hide out until the morning and then try to sneak out when they're less active. All right, I'm gonna grab Bingo and go and take him someplace that we can hide.
All right.
Try to get out.
All right. So you grab Bingo. You're gonna try to make a skill test to hide. So that's gonna be
that map.
Yeah, we can pull up
The town there.
Map of the town. We're back to the map of the town.
Yeah. So we are.
You guys are currently. I gotta move.
Jumped off 4 there?
Yeah, number 4 is where you guys are currently holed up. I'm gonna move the other tokens because they're gone. So you guys are like right here. And
jump off the back.
Andre is up here. Maximilian's up here. Horst is up here. Cork is right there where she is with the girls.
Where's Guar?
He is
up there with us.
Up there. So if Guar was on the map, he'd be like right here. That's a big beefy Guar right there. Look at him.
Got it. Okay. So right now everybody in the house is watching out the front, right?
But yeah, they're all looking up there at the front.
All right. So I am going to take Bingo and try to sneak along this tree line, back along that tree line, back around to the back of the house.
Okay.
Because my thoughts are that if we're going to find smelling salts or any medical supplies, probably everything is going to be in the Steiger house right now. Plus, also that's where Cork is. So,
okay.
And
you're gonna go that way. You're gonna try to cross that road, basically. You gotta try to cross that road. I think that's the one thing we can't do.
There's a lot of other buildings and nondescript buildings back here behind that you can try to go take refuge in. It's really just a matter of you have to make a stealth check at this point. Pretty much is that, or you have to make some sort of. You got to do something that you're going to barter or bargain or something with these things to give them something they might want.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where these other places are, whether we could even get new.
Because basically, any of those buildings to our south are the chance we have for safe haven.
The large part of 7 and 8 is on fire right now. So
7 and 8 are on fire right now.
yeah. 7 8's on fire. They came in from that side, so that's kind of where they're flooding through the streets that direction.
Okay, yeah. Well, then I'll just basically try to get out, past 7 and 8. Smoke coming from that way. I think we'll just head over towards, like, back behind this tree line here.
Okay.
Maybe
Go ahead and just make a routine stealth check.
routine stealth.
I'll make it routine because it's night and it's dark.
Okay.
But whatever number you set, that's what they'd have to roll to beat you to find you. And I'll just make a couple rolls for them to see if they do when they sweep through the area, and if not, you guys might live long enough to get out of here. Ooh, that's not good.
I'm going to
Fortune?
I'm going to
Fortune?
reroll the
Alrighty.
fortune.
You fortune to re-roll it. Oh.
Fudge!
I use a fate to change that.
You can't use fate to change it, but
Fate to re-roll it?
you're gonna you have to come up with a different skill. They're gonna find you is basically what it boils down to. So when they find you, what kind of skill would you like to do?
I don't have skills. So I can't use fate because I can't use skills.
That's right. He can't use skills, so he can't use fortune to help.
No.
It's
Well,
gonna-
what does fate do then?
Fate saves your life from a deadly attack or removes an injury if you get injured.
Can I use it to remove my incapacitated?
Sure. I'll let you speak. Sure.
Because there's otherwise I'm just waiting for the inevitable.
Sure, I'll let you.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
At least I get to roll something.
Yeah, I'll give you. That'll give you a chance. Cork is still patiently waiting because she did a good job of hiding, so they're not going to find her probably. But
Yay.
And she has access to all the food and medical supplies and
The ladies.
well, there's an important reason why she might actually make it out of this.
Is it because I'm hiding?
Yes, but it's where you're hiding.
oh yeah.
You're in the one. You're in the one house they won't burn down.
Yep, that's true.
Good deal.
I knew I was smart to run into that house.
So, but Freddy and Bingo have to figure out a role here that they want to use to try to find some way to get out of here. Get creative, come up with whatever, and then we're gonna have to wrap.
Okay.
You either make it or you're not gonna make it. Because there's too many. I can't roll this many possible enemies throughout for a combat. Like there's just no time.
Grease the wheels. Let's talk about what can I do with grease the
Bargain
wheels?
and counterfeit.
Actually, here, can we, I guess, mix effects? So what I want to do is convince through leadership that the people of those houses need to run that way. It's the only way they'll survive is if they all get together, they all run that way, and then we're going to run the other way and use them as a shield so that we can
Use
get
them as a distraction.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
All right. So use leadership as a distraction. And what are you going to do, Freddy?
I will use guile.
You're going to lie to him about something else? Okay. Go for it.
Because he's saying them go that direction towards to be a distraction.
All right.
All right. So am I doing it standard, challenge, hard? What's the...
These are orcs. They're not terribly bright.
Oh, we're talking to orcs. Okay.
Yeah, this is what you're saying to the orcs when they find you, because you didn't roll good enough on stealth, so they're gonna find you. So they come rolling in a group of them, ready to bear down on you, and you got to do something. So you're gonna get some other people to run to get their distraction.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I use drive? Or that for myself?
You can't
Okay.
drive. You could drive if you had something to drive, but there's nothing to drive here at the moment.
This is under toughness, intimidate. Can I intimidate them?
Good luck.
Yeah, okay.
It's hard to intimidate a bunch of big, heavily armored, chopper-wielding orcs.
Or, yeah. Who are better fighters who have more friends than you do.
All right.
Now, you guys kind of hit up on something because he has them, but he has red cap mushrooms, which are highly sought after by orcs. I was kind of hoping you'd think of this on your own, but you guys clearly had forgotten. He has the red cap.
I had one, and I ate it.
You just had one? I thought that you had more than one.
I believe I have one. It just has red cap mushroom on it.
Okay.
So I assume that's one.
I thought you had I thought they came in a batch of 3. But,
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I mean, look it up, I guess, but it doesn't have a number next to it on my character sheet, so.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. I was thinking you still had one. I
thought you had. We only used one.
Right, I only had one.
Oh, you didn't have 3, like, for one for
Right.
each one? Okay, so.
Looking up the archetype real quick because you get your gear.
It's just a free. It's just free gear from my kit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's why I would be able to look up the archetype and I can tell you how many you
They,
have.
would they like grapefruit? Can they do anything? Would they do anything with grapefruit?
Oh, it just says red cap mushrooms, but it doesn't say how many. So, since it says shrooms, plural, I will say there's 2.
Okay.
You have one more on you.
I'll palm it off to Freddy and go. If it's that one over there that didn't go where I told him, whatever, to make a deal for the red cap.
So you'll be able to make your leadership, and you're going to make bargain, which you'll get to roll twice.
Okay, got it. All right, so.
That's critical fail. You can roll again, though, because you have the reroll, because you're special. Oh, leadership worked. Oh, and it's success. Okay, so you offer the low orc, and he has a group of kobolds, and they're the ones that find you, and you offer him the mushroom, and he takes it, and he kind of snarls at you and nods for you to go. And then and Bingo convinces a small family that's there in the home that you're trying to hide in to, like, run. You got to make it to the Stagger house, and they try to run, and the kobolds and everyone goes after them, and that gives you your opportunity to slip back out of the way. You guys will make it over to the west gate and slip out into the hemp fields, where you can see Vorberg burn. Cork, let's see if they find you. We're going to make 2 rolls. You set a 15 as the bar. I have to roll below a 15 on these 3 100s.
Ouch!
Cork, I thought for sure you were going to be okay. They come up into the house, and they just start flipping beds, apparently. Who knows what they go through as they go through, and they find you. And do you have any last-ditch effort to try to persuade them not to kill you?
No, I start crying.
Cork just cries, and some orc, you don't have anything to offer, just coup de gracies.
Oh.
So close.
Sorry, Cork.
So close.
Bye.
You could try to be like, I'm with them. At least they get taken as a slave or something.
Yeah. So
rule of thumb: if you're alive, you could always get out of stuff.
So they end poor Cork, and the rest of you slip outside the gate after offering up some mushrooms and a distraction. You don't know exactly what fate succumbs the rest of them, and I don't know if you care. But you ride off towards the next nearest town. You know, if you follow the road from Vorberg this direction, you're heading away from Swansea. You're not heading back to Swansea. You're heading the other direction. That eventually you'll come to a place called Drake's Landing. And that is where we will begin something about Marie in 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, we'll maybe have Georgie back for something about Marie, and we'll also have Nerd here have to make up a new character. So we'll work on that in the meantime. So thank you, everybody, for showing up. That is the end of A Bitter Harvest. I have to be at work in about 20 minutes. So
Sure.
I'm going to go
Right.
get ready for work and go spend my night at work. And the rest of you will take just a second here. If my screen ain't messed up too badly. Oh, it's still in pretty good shape. I kind of messed it up a little bit earlier by accident, but we're not in too bad a shape. Everyone's mostly still in frames. Take a quick second, everyone. Just tell them who you are, where they can find you, and then I'll get us out of here. So, Malice, take us from the top.
Hey, I am Malice from the Malice Conspiracy. I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, but this game ran too long and
I know.
cut into my streaming time.
I didn't really think you guys would start trying to fight, but apparently you guys were dead set on fighting today.
It's really wasn't anyway. But come on out. Also, as of the new year, I'm doing some change up with the content. So if watching video games is not your thing and you'd rather watch some talk show content, hopefully you will enjoy the new shows that'll be coming up on the Malice Conspiracy.
All right. Snacks?
Hi, you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv Debbie Snacks. On Twitter, if you want to follow me, I'm Snacks, SNAX. I've got some content that I'll be talking about releasing in right after the first of the new year. Some film-related, beer, whiskey, gaming, all this kind of stuff. So really excited about that. And to be back with for Zweihander here on TT2KB.
All right. And Nerd?
Follow me on Instagram at Beauty and the Nerd, _ between every word. And yeah, you can always find me on Discord too.
All right. And you can find me here at T2KB Monday night for the Wisdom Check tomorrow. It's our last Wisdom Check episode. So me and Jeff will be back one last time for Wisdom Check before we wrap it up. We're going to be doing some new stuff starting the new year. We'll catch you then. Everyone else, peace. Catch you next time.
Bye.
Peace.